In 1989, a 23-year-old woman named Jackie Hernandez moved into a small home along with her kids in San Pedro, California. She had just divorced her husband and was still a student. She was doing multiple jobs during the night. Although stressful, she was doing her best to support her family and be financially stable. About a month after moving into the house, Jackie returned home after a long, stressful day. With her kids sound asleep, she switched on the TV and sat in front of it trying to relax. As she was sitting, she started hearing sounds that resembled pebbles falling down inside the walls. She muted the TV and started keenly listening to this periodic sound. As curiosity took over, she walked towards the wall and started listening to it by placing her ear on the wall. As she was assuming that this could be the work of a rodent in the attic, she started hearing footsteps and, startled, she pulled herself off the wall and coincidentally the sound stopped. Since it was the first time something like this had happened during their 1 month at the house, she convinced herself thinking that this sound was the work of rodents and decided to deal with it later. A couple of days later, Jackie's friend Susan visited her. With the kids asleep, the friends were relaxing on the couch as they were having a general conversation. They stopped talking as they heard a loud bang in the kitchen, and it sounded as if something had fallen. At this point, Jackie had already told Susan about the weird sound she had heard 2 days back, and when they heard this loud bang, they were confused if they should relate to the footsteps from the attic, or if they should seek a logical explanation. They cautiously walked towards the kitchen, where they saw a picture lying on the floor. This picture, which was hanging on 2 nails on the wall, was on the floor with the nails it had been hanging standing on the head right next to it. It appeared as if someone had intentionally placed those nails that way. Susan was freaked out by this, and she left the house immediately. Jackie threw away this picture, along with the nails. The next day, Susan sent a 16-year-old babysitter named Tina to Jackie's house, as she had requested. Jackie was extremely stressed because of her studies and work, and leaving her kids with Tina, she took a break to re-energize herself. So Tina put the kids to sleep and sat on the couch watching TV. She suddenly had the urge to check if the kids were alright, and she walked towards their room to do the same. As she was about to open their room door, it opened by itself. Tina did not pay much attention to this and ran into the room to make sure the kids were safe and sound. Once she made sure that the kids were safe, she tiptoed out of the room to avoid waking them up. As she gently closed the door, she noticed that the door was trying to open itself up again. In the name of finding a rational explanation, she concluded that the house was not leveled properly and was tilted at an angle. When Jackie returned home, she told this incident, expecting her to say something positive, but Jackie's reaction frightened her. With a pale face, Jackie told her that strange things are quite common in that house. With her shift for the day ending, Tina left the house. Jackie called Tina to come over the next day to babysit her kids, and when Tina arrived, she took her into the kitchen to instruct her on how and when to feed the kids. While she was explaining, she noticed that Tina suddenly stopped paying attention to what she was saying and started looking through her. When she asked what was wrong, Tina asked if a new bulb was placed in the corner she was pointing at. Jackie slowly turned her head, and the room became quiet as both Tina and Jackie stood staring at an eerie light blob that appeared to be floating in thin air, and it was slowly moving around. Jackie rushed back to her room, took her camera with her, and took a picture of this light to reconfirm what she had just seen. After this event, Jackie stopped framing logical explanations and started wondering what was wrong in the house. She couldn't reach out to the police because she'd be called crazy, nor could she reach out to anyone other than Tina and Susan. Although Tina and Susan were supportive, even they knew nothing about the things happening inside the house. So she finally ended up reaching out to her ex-husband, who was still on good terms. While she initially told him about the experiences, he thought that she was trying to get his attention as she was feeling lonely. He felt that she was trying to get back to him and felt bad for the situation he was in. Thus, despite not believing her, he played along with her. At one point, he stood up and told her that she had to call out the entity in the house that was troubling her. Saying this, he started calling out this entity, despite Jackie pleading with him not to. Still, she was expecting something weird to happen, but despite him calling out multiple times, nothing happened. He told Jackie that there was nothing to worry about, and left the house. Jackie was disappointed by this, and walked towards her closet to put her folded up clothes in it. When she opened her closet, she was greeted by walls filled with the words A-L on them. The A was red, and L was blue. This was moments after her husband had called out the entity, and she was reassured that something sinister was sharing the house with her. After this incident, Jackie only confided in Susan and started going on walks with her to feel better. One day, while walking with her, she met her landlord. Susan initially told him about the events in the house and asked him if he had any idea about why this was happening. He felt bad for her situation and told Jackie that he would ask the local priests to visit her home the next day. So the next day, her house was visited by 2 priests. She told them about the experiences she had, and they in turn blessed the house and left. Their visit did not make things better for Jackie, instead, made it worse. The priests ended up calling Child Protective Services and told them that she was not mentally fit to bring up her children, as she claimed her house was haunted. At this point, Jackie realised that opening up about her experiences would only get her labelled as a mad woman. Since she did not have enough money to move out of the house, she was forced to stay in that house despite its eerie atmosphere. Also, Child Protective Services constantly followed up on her, which only made things worse. After a few weeks, Susan asked Jackie to reach out to a group of paranormal investigators, as they wouldn't judge her. After giving it a thought for a couple of days, she ended up calling them. Although helpful, this group was confident that they could find a skeptical answer, as despite visiting a multitude of reportedly haunted houses prior to this, they were always able to get a logical explanation, and nothing paranormal was recorded. A couple of days after calling them, the paranormal investigation team showed up at her doorstep. Jackie also invited her ex-husband before they started the session. With her husband and kids in a room upstairs, Jackie started sharing her experiences with this team, who recorded it. Minutes into the session, there was a power cut, which is quite normal, but Jackie was visibly petrified. She immediately told them that she anticipated stuff like that would happen, and it was because of the entity in the attic. After hearing this, the cameraman of the group walked towards the attic with his camera and slowly crawled through its crawl space with his camera in his hands. Even at this point, he was sure that he would find nothing inside the attic. While all this was happening, Jackie's ex-husband, who was calmly lying down on the bed with his kids, heard someone whisper, "Ask them to get the hell out of here," in his ear. He was startled by this, and the very next moment, he heard the cameraman in the attic scream. When he walked out of the room to see what was happening, he saw this man literally fall out of the attic. He told them that something in the attic grabbed his camera from him. Despite being scared, he got into the attic once again to retrieve his camera. He found the body of his camera in a crate on one side of the attic, and the lens on the other side. This event startled everyone in the house and changed the mindset of the members of the team. They ended up leaving the house at once, promising to return back later. Jackie felt that the team had disturbed the entity in the house, and she was anticipating something bad to happen. So that night, she put her kids to sleep and eventually passed out on the couch. Suddenly, she woke up as she felt extremely cold, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the figure of an old man staring at her kids. When she shouted in fear, the figure disappeared. She immediately ran out of the house with her kids and called the paranormal investigation team. Since the call was not picked up, she left a voicemail telling them what had just happened and pleaded with them to come back and help. When they heard her voice on the voicemail, they decided to go back to the house and help her. When they reached her house, they found her outside of the house in pajamas with the kids. They calmly took her back into the house and started walking through it. This place had a strange silence, and it was very calm. Due to the calmness, the investigators decided to go back into the attic and take a few snaps. So, leaving Jackie and one investigator near the ladder to the attic, the two others went into the attic with a camera. After completely checking the attic space, they found nothing and things stayed completely normal. While they were almost done, Jackie started constantly calling them down, as she felt that something bad was going to happen. While the two of them were walking towards the ladder, the one who had the flashlight was yanked back into the attic. His flashlight fell down and the place became completely dark. The other person was freaked out and he spammed clicks on his camera to use its flashlight as a flash. With this flickering light, he found the person who was yanked back. He was hoisted up into the rafters of the attic and he was tied to a post. The sight completely freaked him out and he started to call the investigator standing with Jackie for help. The both of them untied their colleague and upon investigation found strangle marks on his neck. The three of them literally jumped out of the attic with their equipment and ran out of the house. Strangely, these weird incidents in the house stopped after this incident. In 2006, Susan Lewis and her daughter, Jane, moved into a new house in Southern California. They liked this beautiful little house so much that they called it their sanctuary. Shortly after they moved in, Susan's boyfriend Matt moved in with them, and he got along really well with Jamie. Also, Matt had a daughter named Marie, who was the same age as Jamie, and these two enjoyed each other's company. This beautiful little family was living a peaceful life in their new house, but things would start to flip for the worse just in a few weeks' time because of an entity in the house. A few weeks after moving in, Matt, Jamie, and Marie were playing in the pool while Susan headed into the kitchen to make food for the group. As she entered, she found a titled over can on the kitchen slab. As she walked towards it, she understood that it was a peanut butter can, but the peanut butter inside it was dripping down as if someone had melted it and poured it out intentionally. She called Jamie and Marie to check if it was the work of the kids, but they outright rejected the claim. Thinking that one of them was the culprit and they were not owning their mistake, she cleaned the mess up. She didn't confront the kids as she didn't want to spoil the mood. She packed the food and went back to the pool to join the rest of the family. When they returned back into the house in the evening, they found that things in the house were placed in strange places and weird patterns. In the bathroom, shampoo bottles were stacked on top of each other and hairbrushes were arranged in a star pattern. Inside the microwave oven were random canned foods and stuffed animals from the kids' rooms. The cleaning materials under the sink were arranged in a line with their height on the kitchen floor. Also, there were strange liquids all over the walls, along with shampoo and soap. This weirdness made the family think that they had invaders in their house. Matt and Susan went around filming the scene in hopes of finding the invaders, but no one was found. Matt started suspecting Jamie was behind this incident, and Susan suspected that it was Marie. This resulted in a dirty conflict between them. Instead of reaching out to the police, they just played the blame game. A week after this incident, Marie was in Jamie's room, doing her homework, while Jamie was sipping on a cup of coffee. As she had a sudden urge to urinate, she placed the coffee cup on her table and went into the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom, she found coffee spilt all over the bed, with the coffee cup lying right on top of it. Jamie instantly put the blame on Marie, as she was the only other person in the room. But Marie was so focused on her work that she only lifted her head when Jamie shouted at her. So Jamie went out of her room, took a bottle of bleach to clean up the mess, and got back into her room. She placed the bleach bottle on the floor and got on top of her bed to pick up the coffee cup. When she got down from her bed, she noticed that her closet drawers were opened along with the bleach bottle, and the bleach was poured all over her folded clothes. Even this time, Jamie was sure that Marie was the one behind this, and she started screaming at her. Hearing the screams, Susan walked into her room to check what was disturbing her. As soon as she entered, the picture on the wall fell down. While Susan stood there thinking it was normal, another painting fell off the wall. The three of them instinctively ran out of the house. They got into the car, and Susan started driving it away from the house. Once their fear settled, they returned back to the house. When they got back into the house, just like a few weeks back, there were food cans all over the stairs. Since both her daughters were with her, Susan understood that they were actually innocent, and the three of them were strongly convinced that something was wrong in the house. When Matt returned from work, Susan and the girls explained to him everything that happened in the house that day. But being the harsh critic he is, he shooed them away. He told Susan that the girls were just playing pranks on her, and she was feeding them what they wanted. This slowly turned into a heated argument, and they went to bed angry. That night, the doors were opening up and shutting closed, and the burner was being turned on and off continuously. While the sound kept ringing throughout the house, Susan, Marie and Jamie covered themselves up in horror, but Matt felt that it was the work of one of the girls. The next day, Susan talked about her sufferings to one of her friends, who suggested she offer a sacrifice to the entity in their house and plead with it not to disturb them. Despite not completely believing that this would help them, she decided to try it out. She wasn't exactly sure about the sacrifice she had to give, and made a cat figure to be used as an offering. When Matt was not in the house, she placed this cat figure she had made on the table in the middle of a few lit up candles. Not sure on how to perform a seance, she just kept saying, "Please accept this gift and leave us alone." So, did this seance work? As she kept repeating her words, Matt entered the house. The moment he saw the cat figure on the table, he lashed out at Susan in front of the girls. In anger, he lifted that figure and threw it out of the window. The entire time, Susan and the girls pleaded with him not to do it, as they felt things would worsen, but he just wouldn't listen. To everyone's surprise, the cat figure that Matt had thrown out of the window magically reappeared on the table. Matt still thought that one of the girls was pranking, and this time, instead of throwing it out of the window, he smashed it on the floor. Later that night, Jamie went into the kitchen in the middle of the night to ease her late-night cravings. When she entered the kitchen, she noticed the word cat written all over the walls. She immediately ran to her mom's room and brought Susan and Matt to the kitchen. Matt immediately started blaming Jamie for it, and with Susan defending her daughter, the couple started fighting. Also, things were strangely dumped out of the drawers, leaving the house in a complete mess. After being on each other's throat for a few minutes, Susan and Matt decided to clean the mess before returning to sleep. While cleaning, they found a huge footprint on the kitchen floor, which was bigger than the footprints of the members of the family. Despite seeing this footprint, Matt was still in denial, and Susan, despite wanting to desperately leave the house, had no other choice other than staying in it, as leaving it would leave her financially broke. These events caused the girls to stay in their rooms all day in figure. One day, Marie was left all alone for a couple of hours, as Matt and Susan had no other choice. As she sat alone in the hall watching TV in the empty house, the TV started rhythmically turning on and off. After over a dozen repetitions, the TV completely turned off. Marie thought that the TV was faulty and reached out to the nearby table to pick up the remote. While her hands almost touched the remote, it flew away as if someone had intentionally pushed it off. As she sat there frozen in fear, the rocking chair right in front of her started rocking back and forth. It appeared to her as if the invisible person who threw away the remote slowly walked towards the rocking chair, sat on it, and started staring at her. While the chair was still rocking, the pictures on the wall started falling down on their own. Both Marie and Jamie had a habit of having a digital camera with them all the time to get evidence of the weird things happening in the house. So Marie started capturing pictures of the room as the pictures kept falling, and when she was overcome by her fear, she ran out of the room and called Susan and Matt, asking them to return home as soon as possible. Sensing the fear in her voice, the couple rushed back home, only to find the house in a complete mess. Susan embraced her to calm her down, and once everything settled, they saw the pictures Marie had shot. The pictures showed unearthly light orbs moving around the room. At this point, Matt came out of his denial and finally accepted that something was wrong with the house. A week later, Jamie was all alone in the house, and while she was in her room, she started hearing someone pounding hard at her door. The pounding was so hard that the door kept rattling. She had an instinctive feeling that she had to get out of the room to escape this entity. So gathering all her courage, she slowly walked towards the doorknob to escape the room. As she was about to open the door, the pounding stopped, and it appeared as if the entity that was doing it was waiting in the hallway, waiting for her. So she got back on the bed and curled her up in a fetal position. This increased the intensity of the pounding, and it lasted for the next 3 hours. Luckily, Jamie had a camera with her and she was able to film it. Once the pounding stopped, she opened the room door and walked out of the room. The moment she stepped out, she noticed that the hallway was filled with steelware like pans, knives, forks, and all other things from the kitchen. The pivot of her room door was dented badly, and the doorknob was bent downwards. While looking at her doorknob in horror, she noticed the lights of the bathroom near her room were flickering. The bathroom door did not have a doorknob, but it had a hole that was needed to fit it. Jamie rushed back into her room, got strings from a drawer, put them through the hole in the door, and shut it closed. She thought she had captured this entity inside this room, but the door started opening all by itself. She held these strings tight and tried keeping the door shut using her entire body weight. But the string ripped off and she went flying back into her room and the door shut all by itself. While in her room, she was able to hear the utensils on the wall hit on each other. The sounds eventually stopped, and the moment they stopped, she started sensing the smell of smoke. She rushed out of her room thinking that something was on fire, and her hallway this time along with the utensils had paper strewn all over the place. She found that some of these paper pieces were set on fire and she smothered them out. These paper pieces led her into the wall where she understood that pieces of paper were strewn all over the house, and this unknown entity had tried to light the house along with her in it. She ran out of the house and helplessly sat on the doorstep until the rest of the family returned. When Susan and Matt returned, she told them everything that had happened and showed them the footage she had recorded. This was the last straw, and the family immediately moved out of the house despite knowing they would go bankrupt. A few days after moving them out, almost half a dozen of their neighbours moved out of their houses as well, and also people who were in close vicinity to their locality moved out of their houses as well. The reason for this bunch abandoning their houses is obscure, and these houses were never bought by anyone again. "Is this a house of the cross?" she asked, clenching her teeth. "Do you love Christ?" No, Mom, you want to celebrate its birth? Mom, it's just for..." She opened the front door and threw the present out on the driveway. I wasn't thinking straight, so I just ran outside to get it, still in my pajamas. "Burn it," she said, dropping a lighter on the welcome mat. Then she shut the door behind me. "Mom," I called out, "it's cold. Mom." Naked feet and 2 inches of snow, the shiny red wrapping paper crinkling between my fingers. I kept banging on the door trying to explain myself. "Mom, please." I must have stood there for 15 minutes. Then I lit the gift on fire. It was just this stupid pony figure I'd gotten from a Happy Meal, but I knew that Stella would have loved it. She collected them, and she didn't have the purple one. It wasn't even about Christmas. I just wanted to give her something without making it weird. When all the red wrapping paper had turned to coal, Mom opened the door. She stared me down. I tried to physically hold my mouth still to keep my teeth from chattering. Is this a house of God? She asked. No, Mom. Who owns this house? The old blood. Who owns this family? The old blood. Who owns you? I looked up at her. She looked almost apologetic, holding a garbage bag in her left hand. She held it out to me, and I dropped the ruined gift in it. The old blood does, Mom. As it should, she nodded. Clean your hands, then eat your breakfast. My family is of the old blood. Just as there were pilgrims from England throwing themselves overseas to avoid persecution from the English Church, there were Scandinavian migrants fleeing something similar. Some, who mostly settled in New Hampshire, were those of the old blood, not too far from Pittsburgh, if you know the roads. Long before the church burned witches on the hills of Nyland, and long before the Vikings hung disemboweled thralls from our birch trees, there was the old blood, my dad used to say. And the spirits that govern the true laws of the world still await their due. It wasn't easy being a kid in that household. Outside the house, I was allowed to do whatever to blend in. But at home, we were a strictly pagan family. I could go caroling, I could go to church, I could listen to sermons, whatever I wanted, as long as I didn't bring any of it home. Home, where the old blood rested, was sacred. We had our customs, of course. On Walpurgis night, we would light 12 candles, one for each month, and eat a special kind of jam made of nettles. Instead of celebrating Christmas, we would perform a year walk to protect ourselves from the influence of false prophets for another year. We still had a tree though, but we didn't decorate it. It was meant as protection. Trees were of the old world, and bringing one into your home meant it couldn't be tainted by the false faith. But the biggest celebration of all, by far, was the summer solstice, the midsummer celebration, the day of the midnight sun. Dad would prepare a small meal out of a fir tree, and Mother would slaughter a chicken on it. She'd stuff the chicken with fir needles and spices, and then burn it along with the table in the backyard. Until the embers faded, we'd sit there, singing songs and sharing bread. It was a way to not only sustenance, but also labour and love. As you might imagine, it wasn't easy to live by these customs and rules. If anyone asked us, we were Christian, but Mom taught me that it was okay to lie to protect ourselves. The spirits didn't listen to words after all, they listened to our intentions. Still, I was terrified of someone finding out. Someone asking questions that I couldn't answer. I had this gnawing feeling that people could just sense that there was something off about me, like it somehow showed on my face. But I was no different from the other kids. I wore my graduation cap and shot rockets on the 4th of July. To those on the outside, I was just this ordinary kid who preferred not to bring any friends home. I would have been happy living that way for the rest of my life, but fate had other plans. The year I was scheduled to go to college, I sat down with my mom. I told her I'd met this girl, Lily. I told her how amazing Lily was. Her kindness, her bright smile, her nonsensical devotion to edible cupcake decorations. Lily and I had started to plan a life together, and I wanted my mom to be happy about it. Of course, she wasn't. Yeah, Lily considered herself a Christian. She wore a golden cross. She sang in the church choir. She saw it more as a part of her cultural heritage rather than a religious devotion. Trying to explain this to my mother, however, was useless. She was furious. You would defile yourself on this whore of the cross, she spat. That pretty much ended the conversation. Ridding myself of that part of my life, Lily and I moved to Minnesota. I never told my parents where I went, so they wouldn't follow me. It was a real possibility that they'd try to get me back, or even harm Lily. Seeing how my mother reacted, I wouldn't put it past her. Since I couldn't afford college without the support of my family, I found a job at a local warehouse. Lily would study for years on end, ending up with a master's in aerospace engineering. Pretty advanced stuff. It wasn't until a few years ago that we decided to finally tie the knot, officially. I asked Lily to marry me, and she agreed. I asked her in the most appropriate way I could imagine. through cupcakes. She still has a soft spot for them. This opened a can of worms, though. Lily was insistent that I should ask my parents to be there for the ceremony, and I couldn't explain to her why that wasn't possible. My mom and dad in a church, seeing their only son being married to a Christian woman, I couldn't imagine it. Instead, I pleaded with her to just not. We'd do well with her side of the family, that'd be enough. For months, I thought the matter was settled. As summer came, Lily brought me along for a shopping trip to Minneapolis. She insisted on driving, and I must have fallen asleep somewhere along the main road. When I woke up, we were in the middle of nowhere. Just this big field with a couple of houses. A large clearing surrounded by fir trees and covered in high grass. It looked like an overgrown farm, possibly colonial. I had a bad feeling about it. This was a pretty damn far from Minneapolis. Lily was confident though, and pulled me along with a smile. Quite the surprise, huh? She smiled. Here we are. It's something, all right. What is it? Don't you recognize it? Her smile faded. I tried to reassure her, but I just couldn't see it. I'd never been there before. Your mom said you used to spend your summers here, she sighed. Did I get it wrong? Apparently, Lily had looked up my parents and talked to them on her own. She wanted to mend the wounds and reunite us as a surprise. For some reason, my mom had lied to her and tricked us into the middle of nowhere. Standing there, halfway between the house and the car, I got this chill up my spine. Tonight was the summer solstice. You don't understand, I said. They're dangerous people. They're abusive. They... Honey, slow down. Are you saying you don't know this place? I'm saying I've never been here, and that they took us out here for a reason. Lily started to look nervous. I took her by the hand and hurried back to the car. I got in the driver's seat and started backing out. We didn't get far before the entire car shook with a sudden bang. Lily screamed. I noticed a set of one-way tyre spikes ahead of us. All our tyres had been shredded. I glanced at something in the rearview mirror. People, at least 6 of them. I grabbed my phone from the charger and got out of the car. Lock the doors, I said. Be ready to call for help. Lily started to dial her phone and locked the doors behind me. She took a few pictures. All 6 people walking towards us were dressed in white, with ox-eye daisies weaved into their hair. And while I only recognized 4 of them in passing, the 2 in front were far too familiar. Mom and Dad, a few grey hairs older than I'd last seen them. I'm glad you came, Mom said. Is that Lily? She sounded so nice on the phone. Just let us go, I yelled back. We don't want any trouble. Aren't you staying for midsummer? Dad asked, looking heartbroken. I thought that was what you wanted. Our blessing for the marriage. Not like this, I said. Not tricking us. Oh, come now, smiled Mom. Don't pretend like you would willingly just come along if we told you not to come here. Son, please, Dad sighed. Listen to her. This is important to us. I won't let you hurt her. We won't. Just come along and we won't hurt her. Mom nodded. But if you see either of you waving your phones around, I'll have her tossed in the fire. We were out of options. Even if we called for help, they'd never let us go in time. Lily agreed. We had to play along. Leaving our phones in our car, we got out and started walking up to the colonial buildings. We were about 10 paces ahead of my parents and their entourage. I was about to start conspiring with Lily when my thoughts were cut short. All over the tree line, I could see others emerging. Must have been at least 20 people, all dressed in white. Some whom I recognized, others not so much. Uncles, aunts, cousins, all kinds of distant relatives. We had a big family, but we'd always kept to ourselves. A handful of times, Mom and Dad had gone to see them without me. Maybe this is what they'd been doing when the kids weren't allowed to tag along. Maypoles were being raised all over the clearing, 10 feet tall. Large crosses covered in grass, flowers and red ribbons, with 2 large rings hung on each end. 6 of them in total, evenly spaced. As each one rose, I could hear a jubilant yell coming from that direction. I'd heard about this sort of celebration, but I'd never seen it. The maypoles blessed the area as a haven for tired spirits. Lily held my hand and leaned in close. She was shaking, and I wasn't that much better off. "What are they going to do?" she whispered. "There'll be a fire," I said. "Dancing, singing, breaking bread." I thought back on the fir tables my dad used to make for midsummer. The dull knife my mother used to cut the head off a chicken. How she'd spray the table in blood until the carcass stopped moving. A sacrifice, I continued. Usually a chicken, but now? Maybe a cow? A goat? I didn't know. I thought it was just home. "It's all my fault," I sighed. "I just didn't want to expose you to them." She wrapped herself around my arm, sobbing. It broke my heart. Once we got to the yard, there were smiling faces all around. Everyone dressed in white, carrying countless baskets of flowers. Ox-eye daisies, dandelions, even a few sunflowers. Some yellow, some blue. All in all, it must have been close to 30 people. And in the middle of the yard stood a large table made of fir wood. Someone touched my shoulder, and I almost fell over trying to get away. How my mother had managed to sneak up on me, I'll never know. She wasn't the quiet type. We're getting ready for the bonfire. She needs to be involved. I'm not letting her out of my sight. "Then you can start cutting the bread," Mom continued. "It's by the kitchen." We kept to ourselves, just observing the others. There were so many details one might have missed if one didn't know where to look. For example, how they tied living snakes into the maypoles to better absorb any corruption that would try to enter. Or how no one wore wool, as to where fur of a prey animal would invite predators. 100 little rules, all put to practice. And there Lily and I were, on our knees, cutting bread. I could hear her muttering something under her breath. She had a thumb on a necklace, her golden cross. She was praying. Making sure no one could hear us, I leaned in close. "Not here," I whispered. "They're not rational." Have you done this?" she whispered back. "Are you part of this?" "No, not like this." "But you know what it is?" "Usually, yes, but..." Someone cleared their throat behind us. As I turned to see my dad, looking apologetically at me, I got to my feet. "I'll just borrow him for a few minutes," Dad smiled. "We'll be right back." The shadows were growing darker. In the old country, the midnight sun would keep the sky bright for days on end, but that's not the case for Minnesota. Still, it was probably around 7 p.m, and it was still bright outside. It messed with my sense of time. Dad looked back over his shoulder to make sure we were alone. He faced me. "You love this girl?" he asked. "You want to spend the rest of your life with her?" "I know, she's a Christian, but..." "I'm not asking about that," he said, putting his hand on my cheek. "I want to know if you love her. The real her. Do you?" I looked back at Lily, staring at me from across the yard. Of course I loved her. I just nodded. Dad smiled and patted me on the shoulder. "Then you'll be fine." An hour passed. They prepared a large table in the middle of the yard, decorating it with flowers and branches. I was growing nervous. My mother called out to the others using an old heralding call. This odd howling noise made to echo across fields. It was haunting. From every nook and cranny of the clearing came all these vaguely familiar faces in a sea of white. She spoke to them in the old tongue, and I could only make out a few words. She was giving thanks to the black-horned virgin, the goat-legged mother, the mountain spirits and the lands who nurtured us. She talked about our offering and the blessings we were thankful to receive, to bring new life into the steps of the old blood. Then, my dad stepped out of the kitchen, naked. It took me a few moments to realize what was happening. By the time I got to my feet, 4 men were on their way to hold me back. Lily just kept looking back and forth, not understanding. I was screaming. I don't even remember what. It just came out of me, like blood from a wounded soul. I screamed as they laid him out on the table. I screamed as they held the axe to the sky. I screamed my neck raw and my face flustered and red. But all those screams turned to cries of despair as the axe fell. This is why he wanted me to be sure. The greater the blessing, the greater the offering. Among dozens of jubilant voices and cheers, I cried like a child. They broke the table into pieces, using branches from a birch tree to spread the blood around. They cut him open, filling him with branches from the fir tree and spices. A dead head biting down on an apple, all put into a pile, neatly decorated and set aflame. Empty eyes refusing to meet my gaze, no matter how many times I cried his name. We were dragged in front of the fire. I remember sitting there, leaning on my knees, watching the fire eat away at everything we put forth. Licks of flame peeling away at a body freely given. Someone put a bowl into my hands. Bread and some sort of walnuts. Lily got a bowl too, but hers was different. It was mostly sunflower seeds. Eat up, my mother said, and you'll have my blessing. Lily just stared into the fire. I could see the flames reflecting in her wide eyes. Her eyes were tearing up as she forgot to blink. I curled up next to her and we ate together. It wasn't much. It'd be over soon. As we finished, they'd started to sing. I swear they'd all grown taller, like a head taller. Their eyes seemed brighter. The sun still hadn't set, even though it was well past 10 p.m. As the song grew louder, we were led away from the others. They'd dug a small hole, about 3 feet deep, large enough for 2 people. Lily, mistaking it for a shallow grave, started to panic. I just held her close. It's not that, I said. It's not that. It's not that. They stripped us of our clothes and laid us down. They covered us in branches and leaves as my mother watched us. You've been blessed, she smiled, and in the morning you'll be reborn. She looked different. Her eyes had lost their colour and her teeth had grown sharper. She too looked taller, younger. You may marry whoever you want, have many children. Come see me sometime. The singing from the bonfire had grown from hymns into screams, growing louder and animalistic. 2 men were attacking each other, beating each other raw. One woman was slamming her head with a rock. An older man was trying to shovel as much dirt as possible into his mouth. They were completely losing themselves, driven mad by the flames. As branch after branch covered us, Lily and I just stayed still, waiting for it all to be over. In a matter of minutes, the world turned dark. The sun finally set. All we had was each other and the howling of madmen. We curled up next to each other and waited for morning to come. At some point, we must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the sound of Lily choking. She was tearing at her throat, desperately feeling for something. Her necklace, holding a golden cross. She tore it off and breathed a deep breath of relief. We pushed the branches aside. It was a beautiful summer morning. Birds were singing and bees were buzzing about in the high grass. And there we were, naked and soot-covered. The colonial building still stood. All that remained from the bonfire was a black spot in the middle of the yard. The maypoles had been taken down. I just sat there for a second, trying to wrap my head around it all, as Lily dry heaved into the grass. Lil, I asked, are you okay? She shook her head. I couldn't blame her. We picked up our clothes and made our way back to the car. The tyres were busted, but we could call for help. For a moment, we just sat there in our air-conditioned car, leaning back into our leather seats. I looked over at Lily. She was slightly paler, and her hair had grown darker. Her eyes, usually a clear green, looked almost mud brown. She just stared straight ahead. Lil, I asked again, what are you... Don't call me that, she interrupted. That's not my name. What do you mean that's not my name anymore, she cried out. She fucking baptized me. Lily turned to me, her eyes wild. She was different. Many of the little quirks I'd grown to love about her over the years were simply gone or changed. Even her voice seemed darker, rasper. She baptized me and just, I feel it. I feel it in me. And it just feels wrong. It moves. It rearranges all the pieces. I leaned over and held her against my shoulder. Even her cries sounded different. We called the police, we got our car towed, and we filled out our reports. Lily showed the pictures she'd taken, but they didn't show that much. We got to shower and change our clothes. For the better part of the day, we just talked to people. Other people, not so much each other. A lot has happened since that day. There are no longer crosses in our house. Lily has asked me to call her by her new name, Vega. At night, I can hear her talking in a strange language, but she's still she. She still watches cupcake videos on YouTube, and she still smiles at me in the morning. She sings in the shower, and she kisses my cheek before we go to work. She's still the sweetheart I fell in love with. But something deep inside had fundamentally shifted. I can see the way she stares into open flames, the way she wrinkles her nose when we pass by a church. I can see how comfortable she's getting with a knife, how she doodles strange signs into her work notebooks. We're still getting married. That much hasn't changed. I'm just marrying Vega, not Lily. But that's fine. It's still her. It has to be. My wife Lacey was in a car crash in April of 2020. Well, not so much a car crash as a car winging her at a crossroads at 54 miles an hour. She hit the pavement so hard, it fractured parts of her throat and collarbone. Her left arm broke in 3 pieces. It was brutal. As I stayed with her and her family in the hospital, we had plenty of worries. She had a serious concussion, and we were anxious it might lead to something permanent. The doctors kept talking about the use of her left arm and her fine motor skills. It was only one single nurse who touched upon what would turn out to be the most permanent damage: her throat. At first, the doctors just told her not to speak. We were told she had to rest and regain her strength, so there would be no speaking for weeks as her throat healed. She also had to wear a sort of neck brace, this awful looking metallic thing. She was in desperately low spirits, but so very thankful for everything we did. As the weeks turned to months, most of her fractures and broken bones healed, but not her throat. Lacey still couldn't talk, no matter how hard she tried. I remember once we stood in the kitchen. I looked her in the eyes and told her I loved her, and all she could say back was this wheezing whistle. She had some sort of panic attack and locked herself in the bathroom, trying to scream. We went through a lot of trouble trying to restore her voice. Hour after hour of strenuous exercises. She even had a few minor surgeries. At one point, Lacey started drinking the sort of home remedy from something she'd learned online. She got stomach cramps for about 3 days afterwards. No wonder though, most of that recipe was just rosemary, olive oil, and some bullshit flower extract you could order online. The result was always the same. Lacey locked herself in the bathroom and cried, a parade of disappointment. I grew impatient seeing her despair over and over, so I joined her in a hunt for treatment. But it had to be something guaranteed. I couldn't bear to see her disappointed again. Trying to find something to restore a broken voice is close to impossible online. Just sorting through the scams is a full-time job. Whenever I had a few minutes over at work, I would post in forums and check search results. I had to open a second email account just to handle the sign-up spam. I got a few earnest responses, but most of it just linked to dead ends or holistic nonsense. There were a few genuine responses with links to articles, experimental treatments, and upcoming technology. Nothing was accessible or even realistic. It took me 3 weeks to get an email that I cared to read all the way through. It came from an auto-generated email account, but somehow got through my spam filter. It read, "Don't worry, I know what you're going through. I know someone who can help. Don't be alarmed and follow these simple steps. 1. Plant and care for the seeds. 2. Welcome the guest. 3. Listen to the song. 4. Don't pick the white one. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was strange, but anyone who's been online for any long period of time knows that people like to make stuff up all the time. I just put it aside and thought no more of it. That is, until 3 days later, when there was a small white envelope dropped on our doorstep. Inside, there was an unmarked package of seeds. I considered flushing them down the toilet, but I couldn't. The bathroom door was locked. Again, Lacey was crying. The sound of her broken throat sniffling over the sink broke my heart, as so many times before. I opened my mouth to speak, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Even if there was close to no chance of this working, I had to try. I would do anything to make her happy again. I just wanted to hear her call me Sunny Bear again. Cutest nickname I've ever had. So I planted the seeds in our flower bed in the front yard, watered them, and cursed myself for being an idiot. Seeds turned to sprouts that turned to stalks. From the stalks came buds, and from those flowers came these radiant royal blue sunflowers. It took less than a month, and even though they were smaller than ordinary sunflowers, Lacey loved them. She tried to bring a few into the house in a pot, but they kept dying. We decided on just leaving them outside, letting them grow and cheer us up whenever we left the house. Not that we went outside much. 2012 was a hell of a year. One night, Lacey and I had a bit of a fight. She got easily frustrated whenever I talked too much, as she couldn't effectively talk back. So whenever I got a bit too talkative, she would leave the room. It frustrated me, having to keep my thoughts on a short leash. Usually, we could talk about anything at any time. Now, I had to walk on eggshells. No wonder I started spending more time soldering knickknacks in the garage. We could barely be in the same room anymore. As I was repairing our front door lamp, I noticed a shadow on our driveway. It wasn't technically on our property, but it was clear they were observing me from the road. I couldn't make heads or tails of their frame, but it was clearly a normal-sized person, possibly wearing a large coat. "Can I help you?" I asked loudly. There was no response. A brisk wind rattled the flower bed, which reminded me of that email I got way back when. It takes so little for the mind to travel to the most obscure crevices. "I think I'm supposed to welcome you," I said. "If not, well, have a good night." As I started walking back to the front door, I kept talking. But it was nice just to talk again. But just, "You are welcome," just to clarify. I took one more look back at the shadow on the driveway, only to notice it was gone. Over the coming days, I would notice Lacey standing by the window. A few times, I would ask her what she saw, but she would just sigh and walk away. Soon, I just stopped asking. Several times a day, she would stand by the front door or look out the window. Every time she'd look in the same direction as where I'd seen that shadow of a person standing in the driveway. And yet, there was nothing there. Not that I saw. It was by now we'd started sleeping in separate beds. She'd expressed how she felt pressured and sort of intruded upon, and that she wished for us to find our way back to each other with love rather than obligation and a sense of must. I couldn't blame her. Marriage takes work, and she wouldn't be happier if I forced her to do something she was uncomfortable with. Instead, I started sleeping in the guest bedroom. She would still be kind enough to make the bed while I was at work, though, so not all was lost. There was still warmth between us. I didn't even think about the third item on the list. Listen to the song. What song? It didn't make any sense. Yet, I found myself thinking about that last more and more. I'd done 2 things on it, and it hardly took any effort at all. It was almost as if it was being done to me, rather than the other way round. But there was no song to listen to. At least there wasn't, until I started listening to Lacey. I don't know how long she'd been humming it. It was that kind of droning background noise that had just always been there. She could still hum and hit all the tunes, but I had no idea what the song actually was. So one day, I just kissed her on the cheek and asked her about it. "No idea," she responded with her text-to-speech app, nursery rhyme. It kind of had the tune for it. Calm, a bit melancholic, music boxy in a way. There was no way to just search for the tune, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Hell, if I were 3 points in on a 4-point list, I might as well go all the way. I started humming it too. In fact, I hummed it so much, I started to make up words for it in my head. At one point, during lunch hour, I stopped to put it all in writing just to see what Lacey would think. I wrote, "You're my friend, I'll sing your tune. A setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" I showed it to her as soon as I got home. To say Lacey didn't care would be an understatement. She just stared at the paper. She was lost for words in more ways than usual. I tried talking to her, but she was growing hysterical. Again, she locked herself in the bathroom, crying harder than usual. This time, I took it pretty hard. "Just fucking talk to me," I screamed, pounding on the door. "Just use the damn app. Make a fucking effort." No response, just more crying. "Lacey, for the love of God, you gotta give me something to work with. Just please, just make an effort. I'm right here. You're the one locking the door. I'm standing right here. I'm with you, please." And yet, despite all the pounding and all the yelling, the door stayed locked. A paper slid out from under the door. It was the lyrics I'd made up for the song, with a big "fuck you" written across it with an eyeliner. That night, I was near the breaking point. We were getting into November, and even the blue sunflowers were getting dry. I took a 2-hour walk through what was quickly turning into a harsh storm, blowing leaves into my face the entire way. When I finally got to a nearby restaurant turned bar, I decided to take out my frustrations on whatever number of drinks it would take me to calm the fuck down. Right next to me were 2 guys who worked at the steel mill about half an hour's drive south. I'd seen them around town, but we never really talked. Still, after living the life I'd lived for the past few months, I wanted nothing more than to talk until my throat was sore. They seemed eager enough to keep a conversation going. If nothing else, at least we could complain about work. 3 drinks in, I started talking about Lacey and her condition. One of the brothers just nodded along, but the other one looked at me curiously. As I stumbled into the topic of the strange email I'd gotten, he just stared at me. "I've heard that," he said. "Ain't that the silver tongue game?" The brothers looked at one another. "You're right," the other brother coughed. "Slaw Jack. That takes me back." Apparently, the silver tongue game was something that kids who wanted to be great singers used to play back in the 1910s. It was still a local topic of conversation, sort of a forgotten superstition. Now that they mentioned it, I could vaguely remember hearing about it. The first rule, to plant and care for the seed, was not meant to be so literal. Originally, it was about daring kids to swallow sunflower seeds and then drink as much water as they could. The second rule, to welcome the guest, was a metaphor for breaking a rule. Kids weren't supposed to welcome guests into their house, so to welcome a guest was shorthand for doing something you're not supposed to. The third rule, to listen to the song, was to sing a specific nursery rhyme where others could hear it. Anyone who knew of the game would recognize it and punish you, but most adults tend to forget it as they grow up. "Then there's the fifth one," said the now drunk second brother. "Don't pick the white one. That's still the same as it was back then." "But what does it mean?" "It means what it means. Don't pick the white one," he shrugged. "When the devil comes to give you a new tongue, don't pick the white one. It looks the most like silver, but it ain't." I stepped away to text Lacey, but I got no response. The wind was picking up outside, and I was starting to worry about getting home in one piece. The brothers were calling it a night, but they weren't in any condition to drive. They had an Uber coming, but they were going the other way, so we said our goodbyes. I was left standing in the parking lot, not knowing where to go or what to do. Finally, I just started walking. The walk turned into a jog, and the jog turned into intermittent sprints. A thought hit me. I hadn't followed the rules. I hadn't swallowed any sunflower seeds. I hadn't broken any conventions or done what I wasn't supposed to. I wasn't the one who started to sing that song either. Lacey did. Had she done all the same things, but the right way? If so, was she on the final step? What had she been doing? I was getting worried. I knew it was all superstition, but the sunflower seeds had showed up on our doorstep. There'd been a stranger there watching us. Lacey had been acting strange lately, and she'd been locking herself in the bathroom more frequently. Had we been doing the same thing without telling one another? I got back home around midnight. My hands were frozen stiff. My heart was pounding, and I didn't even know why. I was getting anxious. I fumbled for my house keys as I walked up the driveway, only to realise the front door was open. I don't know at what point I started saying no, no, no to myself, but there it was, repeated like a fucking Hare Krishna mantra. Lacey, I called out. The house was quiet, except for the wind forcing itself through the cracks in the front door. I hurried to the bathroom, only to see it was still locked. I pounded on the door, but it was useless. I ran out to fetch my tools, only to see a shadow standing in the driveway. I don't know if it was the same thing that I'd seen before, but there was one difference between this time and the first time I'd seen them. I'd fixed the light that goes above the front door. As I hit the switch, the intruder stepped out of the shadows. I'll never forget the sight of this woman. Easily 6'5", but all hunched up in a crouch. She had this wild bush-like black hair that pointed in all directions. His skin was this metallic grey and blue tone, with a dry and hardened texture, like cracked leather. At first, I didn't even think she had a face, as it was so thin I could see more of her skull than her features. Her eyes were completely covered in grey, and her pale lips were retracted in a forced smile. She was emaciated beyond what I thought a human could survive, and was wearing nothing but a large fur-like cloak. I could see the edge of her naked knees, feet and elbows sticking out. There was something on the inside of her cloak. Tongs? No, my mantra continued. No, no, no. Her face barely moved, but it didn't take much for me to realise. Her mouth had curled into a smile. I started backing away into my garage. She started sprinting towards me. I slammed the door down and pressed the lock. I stumbled over my workbench, knocking over tools and cables as I reached for the lock on the side door. As I clicked it shut, I picked up the biggest wrench I could find and stepped back into the middle of the room. I could barely hear the wind outside as my heart swallowed all the sounds. All but one. Sonny Bear, are you there? It was a voice. It took my reptile brain a few seconds to recognise it. I hadn't heard it in so long. That was Lacey's voice. Now I was the one who'd locked myself in a room, hearing my loved one trying to get in. But it wasn't her. It couldn't be. That thing out there had to be something else. That couldn't be my Lacey. Still, no one else called me Sonny Bear. No one. That's not you, I said. It can't be you. It's me, baby. Open up. No. Fuck no. You're not thinking straight. Let's talk about this. Tell me what you wrote on the note. It got quiet. The wind was howling outside, drowning out my thoughts. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it turning my stomach. I was going to be sick. Tell me what you wrote. No response. I fucking knew it. It felt like an eternity, but it must have been no more than 10 seconds that passed. Come out, and she'll get a new one, the Lacey voice said, slowly shifting pitch. I don't fucking trust you. She chose the white one, you know. The voice had turned venomous and dark, only keeping a vague cadence of what used to be Lacey. What does that even mean? You'll see, Sonny Bear. Just go away. You'll never hear her again. No more whispers, no more songs. This pissed me off to no end. My mood swung from a complete tear-drenched panic into a stomach acid-fueled rage. I swallowed my thoughts, feeling my dry tongue stick against the corners of my mouth. I tightened the grip on my wrench as I opened the side door. Nothing. I hurried inside the house and, using the wrench, managed to break the lock on the bathroom door. There, on the floor, was Lacey. Her tongue was swollen and white. Her eyes were blank. She wasn't breathing. I just fell to my knees, dropping the wrench. I took her into my arms, just repeating the same thing over and over. No, no, no. I had to try something. I fumbled my phone out of my pocket and dialed 911 on speakerphone as I started giving her CPR. Every breath I blew into her mouth tasted like foul copper, but there was nothing I wouldn't do. I could barely register a conscious thought as I screamed for help. I don't know how long we stayed on the tear-stained floor. All I know is that after an eternity had passed, and as I heard an ambulance rolling up on the driveway, Lacey gasped for breath. As we locked eyes, I smiled. We didn't have to say a word to communicate. Yes, I love you too. Large parts of her tongue had to be removed. It was some sort of infection that spread to her mouth, and she was in a serious condition. Her blood levels were all over the place. Still, she eventually recovered. Today, Lacey's throat is fine. She still can't talk, but we're doing better. The trauma is there, but she's seeing a regular therapist and working through her diagnosed PTSD. Still, I'm not sure I trust that therapist. Dr. Jane gives me some creepy vibes. Lacey and I are doing fine. There are so many things that can be said without words, and when the need arises, we've started to adapt to new tools and tricks. Whiteboards on the fridge for good morning greetings. Just mouthing, I love you, as I leave for work. An earnest smile when I get back home. As I suspected, Lacey had been following the same rules as I had, but she had a bit more context. She'd ordered the same type of sunflower that kids used to eat the seeds off of back in the 1910, the obscure Tom Skog sunflower that she'd brought from a collector. As for the second rule of doing something she wasn't supposed to, she'd started smoking in the bathroom. And the song, well, I didn't know what it meant. Singing it in front of me was part of the game. The only problem was the fourth rule, not to pick the white one. Recently, I had the courage to ask her about what really happened that night, why she chose the white one, and why she allowed herself to be tricked. It was in the rules not to pick it after all, so how could she fall for it? That's the trick, Lacey told me. They're all white. So basically, when I was a kid, about 9 years old, I remember a pretty horrible phase in my life, where I would see shadow people everywhere. They were all black, people looking in shadow silhouettes. They would appear in my room and just stand there and observe me. They would also sometimes walk around. Some would approach me and try to give me things. There was a man with a hat that always tried to give me a box. He would often come to me and reach his hand out to me with the box in it. I would also see random shadow faces pop up right in front of me, in front of mine randomly. They weren't necessarily scary looking, but to me, just the fact that they were there all the time was extremely terrifying. I was so scared, my only solution was to ignore them. I was a kid after all, and I desperately hoped that they would go away and lose interest in me, if I paid no attention to them. But they wouldn't. They were everywhere. It reached a point where I was basically at my mom's side all the time when she was home. And when she wasn't, I'd hide in my room under my blanket all day and wait it out. I can't remember exactly how long I was seeing those creatures, but to me, it felt like a never-ending nightmare at the time. I did tell my mom about it, but at first she brushed it off and said I'm just imagining things or trolling her. But it became more and more obvious that it wasn't the case. She came up with the idea that they were spirits, and that honestly just scared me even more. Spirits watching me? Hell no, what do they want? She got hooked on this thought of me being blessed with the gift of seeing spirits. So she sent me to a lady she found online, who claimed to be able to do the same. I was so scared, I just wanted them gone, no matter at what price. I told her I wanted to be normal again, and she said she would perform a ritual to make me not to be able to see them anymore. She laid me down and spoke some words I can barely remember now. And after the ritual, I was actually not seeing them any longer. At the time, I was just so happy they were gone, and I forced myself to never think of them again. She told me not to think of this anymore, as they might see it as a sign to come back to me. But after this, two big black dots started appearing on the walls of my room. One was just over my bed, and the other on the side of the wall, all the same exact place. It wasn't mold, just unidentified black coloration. We would paint over them, and they'd be back the next day. I'd got scared again, so my mom decided to give me another room in the apartment. After I switched rooms, they stopped appearing. For years, I brushed it off, ignored it, and pushed it away. It was just too scary for me to deal with. But lately, I've been wondering about what happened back then a lot. I just don't understand it. And I can't find anything online similar to what I've experienced. I'm an atheist and I believe in science, yet I have no possible explanation for this occurrence, other than that I wonder now if it might be sick somehow. But the wall. What about the wall? Ever since that ritual was performed, I never saw anything like it again, and I just can't comprehend why and how. The most unexplainable thing happened to me yesterday. I'm sitting at work with my headphones on, listening to a podcast. I'm not on my phone at all, it's away from me. So I'm listening to a podcast and suddenly a song I immediately recognised starts playing. It's not in the podcast. My phone completely turned it off and started playing a song called River Flows in You by Yuruma. This is the song we played at my grandma's funeral. I have not once listened to this song since that day because I can't handle it. I opened my phone and it was on Spotify. I turned it off, turned the podcast on. I kept shutting my podcast off and turning it back on. This happened 3 times. It's very unexplainable and sounds fake, I know. I'm not linked into Spotify anywhere else to my knowledge, and I've no idea how someone else could be doing this on my phone. It's a few days after the anniversary of my grandma's passing, and the coincidence is just too much. Take this how you will, I suppose. It didn't really scare me. It made me feel like she's here. I was born and raised in western part of Serbia, which is most famous for vast forest. So not much happening here. It's a really calm place. This might be taught to me, and I still don't know how to cope with stress. At the time, I was 18 years old. Pretty laid back dude. You know, the kind of dude who says, no way shit is gonna happen to me. But I guess it did. I was still in high school, and to get to the school, the village kids had to take a bus to travel for around 20 kilometers to the nearest town. This was my routine, which I took daily with my younger brother and a bunch of friends from nearby places. Our classes would start around 8 a.m. and finish more or less around 5 or 6 p.m. After which, we would have free time to roam around town and do whatever, because our last bus was around 10 p.m. It was almost summer and it was hot as hell, and I wanted to get the fuck out of town as fast as possible. But my little bro was dogging heat, so he wanted to chase around girls, and as I always let him be, I'd tell him not to be late for the bus. Damn, it's 9:55, and I'm waiting alone at the station, building up an uneasy feeling that something is wrong. I'm smoking one after another. My thoughts are in a mess when I see that fool strolling down the street with one of his friends. We take the bus, but the uneasy feeling won't go away. We're almost home when our bus breaks down. I try to stay calm, thinking to myself it's not a big deal. We have like 3 kilometers to walk. We get off and start walking. To our right is a big-ass river called Drina, and to our right are mountains. There's one main road and one railway, and there aren't any street lamps or anything similar. It's pitch black, and you can only hear the river running and a few cars passing by. So those two turn on the light on their phones and start fooling around, talking and enjoying themselves. So we're halfway through when stuff becomes creepy as fuck. Suddenly, I don't hear anything. No river, no cars, just those two talking. The darkness becomes more intense, if that's even possible. It feels like I'm being eaten by it. Hair on my arms are up. Only feeling I have at the moment is pure absolute fear. That kind of fear when your life is in danger. Dread is taking me over and I'm thinking, run, move your legs, just fucking run. But I can't make another step. My eyes are fixated on the railway. I see two red bulbs coming at fast speed towards us. Oh God, please be a train, please. It's going through my mind. It's going past us and I catch it with the corner of my eye. It looked like a normal human, just all black like it was covered in darkness, and I could sense evil intent coming from it. Suddenly, it stopped. That thing was 10 meters behind us, and our eyes met for 2 seconds, and I can swear to God that I saw the most sinister smile that shook my soul to the root. I yelled with my voice cracking from fear, "Run and don't look back! Just don't look back!" At that moment, our friend turned back, and you could see the terror on his face, and somehow I knew he was gone. He couldn't move an inch, he just stood there. I picked him up like a child and started running. I was yelling, "Just fucking run," as I pushed my brother. I was slow, carrying a full-ass grown man when that thing grabbed my backpack, and I was frozen in place and couldn't take another step. I knew I was done. I clearly heard my backpack was ripped apart, and I could also feel pain like someone was slashing my back with a knife. My arms were slashed too. They felt numb. I couldn't hold my friend anymore. He hit the ground. I saw my brother crying, or at least I could sense it. Damn, what a shitty way to go. I didn't even get laid yet. I wish Pops was here. He would know what to do. I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder. It was warm. It was a familiar tap that Father always gave me. I knew it was his enormous hand touching me, and no one could tell me otherwise. I extended my hand. "Pops, hey Pops." Tears were rushing down my face, dripping on my hand. The pain went away, darkness went away, and dread went away, and I could hear the river again, and I could move again. I took a few steps forward, and my brother and I collapsed, and my mind just went blank. I woke up in the hospital. I saw my mom and my brother there. Mom was crying, and bro just stood there looking at me with the best way to describe it, soulless eyes. Then it hit me. In that instant, I passed out again. When I woke up the next time, there were a few doctors in a room. I was just being silent, looking at them. Then questions came. What happened? Do I remember anything? As I tried to push myself to sit in bed, I felt a sharp pain in my back. I just asked them if my back was okay, and they said there were some minor scratches from a fall. I was in disbelief. They're insane. I knew what I felt. I know how painful it was. Then I looked at my arms. There were some scratches, but it didn't look that bad. After that, they told me that I need to talk to a psychiatrist. Oh, I see. They think I hurt myself. Nah, dude. But if I told them what happened, I'd be locked down, no doubt in my mind. Long story short, I played the dumb card. I told them that I only remember passing out and that's it. After that, nothing was the same. I talked with my little bro afterwards and we both saw it, but later he went into denial and blocked all of it out. He was a carefree dude chasing chicks again, and I was so happy about it, but I forgot all shit that happened to me. I think I'll lose those warm hands that saved me, and there's no way I can do that. I was in a really bad place mentally after that, but not as bad as our friend. He stopped talking, going to school. He didn't even eat, and after 1 month from that horrific incident, he committed suicide. This happened a few years ago. I rented an apartment in a quiet neighborhood. The place was awesome. A huge bedroom with a built-in desk that was perfect for my work. I checked the mailbox the first day, and there was a little piece of paper where my name would eventually go that said deceased. So I assumed whoever lived there before passed away. It did freak me out, but I was like, whatever. Probably didn't even for the place, you know? So a couple of months go by without any incidents. And then out of nowhere, I started having these dreams about being in the same apartment bedroom, but there was a party with lots of people I didn't know. The smell of cigarettes was strong, and there was a lot of laughter and conversation, and in general clinking of glasses sounds and similar sounds. The interesting thing is every time I had this dream that would wake me up was the smell of smoke, and I would still hear the other noises while waking up for a good 20 to 30 seconds. I've never had any paranormal experiences, and I'm not sure this was either, but it happened so frequently, always the same scene. So one time in my dream I asked, "What do you want from me?" And one of the people at the party turned around and said, "Well, we need your help to communicate with our loved ones." I remember being super freaked out that he tuned and talked to me and acknowledged me so quickly that I screamed, "I can't help you at all. Please stop showing me this dream over and over." Then everyone in the room stops talking and looks at me with disapproval. The man said, "I'm very disappointed. I thought you'd help us. We won't bother you again." I've never smelled smoke again or heard those noises while waking up or dreamed about it again. Was that just me being paranoid and my mind playing tricks on me? Can someone tell me? My best friend and I went camping. He's relatively new to the hobby, so he's been tagging along with me, as I have plenty of experience in camping and solo backpacking. I took him to a beginner-friendly backcountry camping site that I've gone to 24 times with various friends. It's important to note, I've never stayed overnight there alone. It was a quick 2-nighter, and we got incredibly lazy the second night, and didn't walk the garbage to the car. Instead, leaving it out for the 5 hours I'd be asleep, as I had to be out of the campgrounds by 6:30 for work. We slept in separate tents next to each other because of my early dismissal. I jump out of my sleep at 5 a.m. to footsteps going past my tent left to right. I listened closely to try and identify what animal it could be, but it sounded very human. I flashed my light outside my tent, and as quick as I beamed my light, the walking stopped. I planned my light and saw nothing. More importantly, I heard nothing. No scurrying away or running, just pure silence beside the crickets. Obviously startled, I lay awake on my phone, refusing to go back to sleep. Roughly 10 minutes later, I hear someone going through the garbage. Odd, as the garbage was on the left of my tent, but never heard any other walking outside. Whatever was going through the trash was ferociously looking through it. Not like an animal skimming the top and working its way down. I flash my light again and yell out, "Hey!" Again, silence. No running away. Nothing. I stayed up sitting with my light beamed outside the entire time. I didn't alert my friend because although I'm pretty creeped out, it could just be a skunk or raccoon. At first daylight, I jump out of my tent and go straight to the garbage to put everything back in. Untouched. It was exactly the way we left it. I'm frustrated, truly. I feel like my mind is playing tricks on me, and I just want to pack up, leave, and give my friend the heads up of possible animals in the area before departing. As I'm packing up, I hear the car doors open and close twice, located roughly 40 to 50 yards away behind heavy tree lines. My fight or flight response kicks in, and at this point, I'm convinced someone is fucking with us, so I choose fight. I grab my axe and head over to the cars. When maybe 15 yards out, I round a corner and see my best friend walking towards me. "What the hell are you doing here?" "I fell asleep in the car." "Were you walking around the campsite an hour ago?" "No, I've been in the car the whole night." "You were still at the campfire when I called it a night. When did you go to the car?" "Truthfully, I can't remember." It was at that moment the realization came over me that I was at the campsite entirely alone, being tormented by something I couldn't see or identify. A sudden chill coursed throughout my entire body. I told my friend I would explain everything later, but please pack your shit and leave with me. I went to bed back home with a nightlight on for 5 nights. I'm just now able to tell this story. I've been camping 30 or 40 times and solo backpacking 8 to 10. and never in my life have I ever experienced a night like I did that night. To clarify, my house wasn't always haunted. I'm not sure how, but I believe that I somehow invited something to live with us. I should mention that there is more than one entity that lives in the house. I'm not completely sure how many there are, but I know there's at least one of them is friendly, while another is not. It was probably my 10th birthday, and it was the first sleepover I ever had, and I was beyond excited. I used to think the things that happened to me were just my imagination, but lately, I've been realizing how real this actually is. My two friends, F1 and F2, and I would be sleeping in the back room above the garage. That room has always felt wrong to me. I've hated it since I can remember, even before it was haunted. I think it's because that was the room I would be locked in from time to time, but that's besides the point. I was finishing setting up the room when I heard a hand on my shoulder. It was unusually cold. It was weird, as if it were there but not there at the same time. It felt wrong. I looked up, expecting it to my father, but it wasn't. There wasn't anyone there. Creepy, but not unusual, so I shrugged it off. I had better things to think about, like the sleepover. The doorbell went off, so I took my little self down the stairs to answer the door. My friends came upstairs, and nothing else happened for a while. Until about midnight. That's when things went downhill. You know that feeling when water droplets roll down your back? Imagine that, but cold. Not wet, and it feels sharp. Something terrifying that you feel but can't explain. Imagine that, and then multiply the effects to your whole body. That's what we all woke up to at about 12:05. It was terrifying. It was the first time that happened to me. I'm much more used to it now. We decided to just not sleep and have all the lights on. Then, the water dispenser that you wet your hands with in the toilet turned on to the highest degree. No one wanted to go into the toilet to turn it off. We were all freaking out. It wasn't just that it turned on, but that it was pretty much right after we woke up to the weird feeling. But, whatever, right? Not like it can get much worse. Right? Wrong. Very, very wrong. Have you ever had a demon accidentally be trapped in your back room when you were a child because you were lonely? Specifically in a giant dog doll that has clothes and huge dead eyes? Just me? Okay, good to know. A day or so after, my stupid self decided it would be a good idea to check it out, alone, with no one else home. Yeah, dumb, I know, but I brought a Bible, so I thought I was safe enough. I remember standing by the door, hugging the Bible close to my chest, keeping in mind I was just about 10 and I had no idea what I was doing. The dog doll was sitting up straight on the bed against the headboard. 2 seconds after I looked at it, the doll just randomly slumped over onto its front. The only way that could happen would be if someone pushed it over. I'm an idiot, so that thought never crossed my mind. I continued forward. Then the doll flew across the room, hitting the opposite wall. This doll was the same height as a small child. There's no way that the wind blew it. I screamed and bolted out of the room. The door slammed behind me. I would have told my parents, but I knew that they wouldn't believe me. I used to always tell stories so that my parents would notice me for more than 2 seconds. So whether it was true or not, they would never believe me. Now, my father started sleeping in the back room at that point. My parents haven't slept in the same bed since after my 10th birthday. For years, my parents never experienced anything, not as I did. What happened is something I'll never forget. My parents' confused and probably scared expressions, trying to keep calm so as not to worry my brother and me. My father had been woken up to 3 scratches on his arm. His arm that had laid in a special spot that had once been home to the doll. We had no pets at the time. There was nothing that could have done it, at least to everyone but me. It was forgotten, tossed aside as just an accident that probably happened when my father was working. That night, I slept with my door slightly open, as it was hot and we didn't have aircon. I bet you can see where this is going. Looking back on it now, it's even more disturbing. The shadow that appeared in my door didn't spook me all that much back then, but that same figure would come back to haunt me years later in the form of a man who broke into my hotel room when I was 14. That thing had somehow found about someone who I would meet 4 years later. I only found out what that man's features actually looked like later in life. But at this point, all I could see was a man with no hair, a beer belly, quite short and slightly bent, like an older person. This happened years ago, but I still remember it clear as day, and everyone I tell seems to be skeptical. When I was younger and everything wasn't as bad in the world as it is now, my family used to take family vacations driving all the way to Mexico. So we drive a long ass way to the Mexican border and stop in Texas at this government building that allowed us to exchange American currency to Mexican pesos. The building is situated right next to the Rio Grande, that river that divides America and Mexico, underneath this busy expressway. So when we arrived at the building, my parents asked my brother and I if we wanted to go with them, but we were like, nah, we're good. So they left, and it was me and my brother in this van, in this parking lot, with the only light being from the moon and the lights on the building, next to this big ass river in the middle of the night. So while we're waiting for our parents, my brother and I decided to make ourselves sandwiches from the cooler that we had stocked with sandwich making supplies. We're just chilling, being fat, when all of a sudden, I noticed everything got eerily quiet. Like no noise at all. No sound from the river, no sound of the cars that had been passing above us, no noise anywhere except us moving. Then came the crying. I heard it first and I told my brother about it. I was like, hey, do you hear someone crying? So we stopped moving and we both just listened for a bit. Then we hear it again. A perfectly clear sound of a woman just wailing. I remember my brother just turning completely pale and he whispers, La Llorona. So I'm like, what? And next thing I know, this asshole just jumps out and starts sprinting towards the building. Seeing him panic and run, I jump out and start running after him. And the whole time I'm running, I have this terrible feeling of dread. Meanwhile, the crying is getting louder and closer than when I was running. It felt like it was right behind me. My brother made it to the building first and went in super quick. As for me, I made it to the building but stopped underneath one of the lamps hanging off a wall and looked back at the parking lot. To this day, and even now as I type this, I get really bad chills. Because when I looked back, I saw something staring right back at me. There was this feeling of pure hate in the shadow of these two big Jeep-looking vehicles. After a bit, it turned and left, and soon after, all noise in the vicinity came back. I don't know what this was, or if I came close to meeting a real legend, but truth be told, I wouldn't want to have another encounter with whatever that was. I told my parents, and they didn't believe me, and think I imagined something. I know what I saw, and it's up to you if you believe me or not. This happened years ago, October or November 2011, when I was living in London and working as a study abroad advisor for American college students, and it's been on my mind a lot recently. Every semester at the programme I worked at, there's an optional trip to Scotland that starts and ends with a night in Edinburgh. And there's a tour of the Highlands in between. A couple of the students wanted to do the walking tour of the haunted vaults. I told the students when to meet outside of the hostel if they wanted to join, and was surprised when nearly every single one of them came down. It was around 30 or 40 altogether. Most of the tour was interesting because of the history, but I thought the ghost stories and haunted aspect of it were pretty gimmicky, as the tour guide took us through 3 of the underground vaults. But the students were having fun, and I was just glad they weren't getting too drunk at the hostel and embarrassing me, so I was happy. The guide started talking about this entity that lives in the 3rd vault. No one really knows what this thing looks like, only that there are several stories of people leaving the vault and finding scratches on their bodies. 2 Canadian tourists apparently left the vaults covered in scratches, and there were a handful of other stories. And then one creepy story the guide told was that a woman took her younger daughter on the tour, and when the flashlight went out in the 3rd vault, the mother realized the daughter had moved all the way across the room. And the daughter said someone with 3 fingers grabbed her hand and walked there. When I was there with the students and other tourists, the vault was super cold, and the guide's flashlight went out. It was spooky because that's a spooky ass setting, but again, I thought it was sort of a cheesy tourist trap. We finished the tour, and I went back to my room to Skype with my stepdad, a history professor, about all the cool things I'd seen. After our call, I went to change into my PJs, and as I took my pants off, I noticed 3 long, perfectly straight scratches that basically wrapped from just above my knee, up my thigh, around toward my butt. They looked like cat or kitten scratches. I hadn't felt a single damn thing when I was on that tour. It scared the shit out of me, naturally. I called my best friend in London and made her get on Skype to see them. And then I went down to where the students were hanging out and asked a couple of the girls I'd become closer to come look in the bathroom. I felt like I was going crazy. A couple of them saw the scratches and were like, "Nope, bye bitch, I'm out of here." A little later on, one of the male students came up to me and was like, "Hey, me too." He had 3 scratches behind one of his ears. Things seemed to start when I was 8. By the age of 8, I believed there was good and evil, both physical and beyond. Both of my parents were police officers and worked chaotic schedules, so I was home alone a lot when I was an only child. I was sleeping on the couch and woke up to a snap. "Hey," said in a whisper. I opened my eyes, already a little scared that what I actually just heard. Again, snap, "Hey," said in a louder whisper. Another time I was watching TV downstairs and saw my dog looking up at the balcony as if he was watching something move. And this super loud glass shattering noise shook the house. I got my phone and called my mom because I knew it wasn't a robber breaking in, but needed to talk to someone. I started having vivid nightmares that were specifically paranormal and demonic. For almost 3 years, I would wake up every night at 2 a.m. from a nightmare and throw up until around 4 a.m. I became terrified of sleep and could no longer sleep with my mother and her new husband. Every night I had nightmares that kept me awake and aware that I wasn't alone. Demonic in nature, my dreams were pure evil and inflicted a lot of trauma on my young psyche. I've been eaten by Satan and by other things. I got used to being tortured in my dreams, knowing that I would wake up eventually. But I was always scared that I wouldn't wake up. I had a new dream prepared for me every night, and oh my, did they express creativity. It made me feel abandoned and alone. The problem was that I had to go to school and act like last night didn't happen every day. I had twin stepsisters that would stay over every other weekend. The forces that be would present themselves in many forms. One of the most terrifying forms was in the form of a woman much taller than me. I woke up to a really loud bang on my ceiling. I saw that the kitchen light was on because I slept downstairs right by the kitchen. I opened the door and saw that my mother was strangely chopping carrots with her back towards me. I asked her if she had heard the loud noise, and she turned around with dull eyes and a monotone voice and said, "No, honey, I didn't hear anything." I knew it wasn't my mom, but I had to pretend like everything was normal, or else she'd turn into God knows what. I proceeded to the stairs, but all the switches to the lights were absent. As I turned the corner going up the stairs, I could see my stepsister's bedroom light was on, and their door was slightly cracked open. I heard giggling and crashing of plastic teacups and pots. I slowly opened the door and saw a woman in a white dress sitting Indian style with her back facing me. I knew she knew I was there, but she kept playing and giggling to herself, so I asked her, "Hello?" But she didn't respond, and she kept on playing with the teacups and giggling. I asked her again, "Hello?" but she ignored me once more. Finally, I raised my foot to her back and shouted, "I said hello," while I pushed her. She stopped giggling and playing with the teacups and fell silent. Without using her hands, she got up from her Indian style position and slowly walked backwards towards me. I was paralyzed. She waited for a few seconds while facing away from me and then turned in the blink of an eye and said, "Do you want to play with me?" with this evil grin. Her face was a rotten pale green and ripped up from what looked like blades. Ice ran through my body, and I was immediately freed from my paralysis as the breath was squeezed out of my lungs. I felt her fingers on my neck as I ran down the stairs, unable to breathe. Bang! I woke up to the same noise that my dream started with. I was home alone again and kept my covers over my head for 2 hours until sunrise. My childhood consisted of these experiences nightly, and it was sad. I wouldn't want another kid to go through that, but if I went through it, there's at least one more who did or will. I stayed at my friend's house as much as I could and was obsessed with sleepovers because I felt way safer. I'm 25 now, and my nightmares started to fade, but my experiences didn't. I've had dreams where I've prevailed over the most disgusting and shameful spirits. And it was movie quality, unscripted pure emotion, and light bursting out of my body. And it felt good to wake up after ones like those. This is the first time I've shared my childhood with anyone. We all come here and have different experiences to learn different things. Maybe one of my lessons was to learn what evil was and was not capable of. So this just happened to me last week at work. There's a small common men's bathroom in the hallway on the same floor as my office. There's only one stall, one urinal, and the sink. When you first walk in, you have to turn to your left and the stall door is straight ahead. You walk past the sink on your left and the urinal is between the sink and the stall. It's not uncommon to walk in and find the stall occupied by someone, but that doesn't stop you from using the urinal. So I walked into the bathroom and went to use the urinal. I noticed the stall door was slightly opened and nobody was in it. I finished using the urinal and turned to my left to wash my hands. While washing my hands, movement out of the right side of my vision catches my attention. I turned to look and I saw the stall door slowly closing on its own from being fully opened. I just stared at it while it was happening and started to think my movement must have caused it to start closing. Then I remembered that when I walked in, it was already nearly closed. So while I was standing at the urinal, the stall door apparently completely opened itself, and while I was at the sink, it was closing itself. There was nobody else in the small bathroom for sure, and the main door makes a very distinct and loud sound, both opening and closing. So I know nobody walked in behind me and walked out without me noticing. I can see if the door closed on its own from whatever, if it's predisposed to this from the angle the hinges are at and whatever. But I couldn't figure out how it would have swung all the way open and shut again. One of those directions would be against gravity, and there are no vents that blow air in there either. I've had other weird experiences in this building when I would work alone at night. I told a co-worker what had just happened when I returned because I found it interesting. I started to tell him some of the other odd experiences I would have at night, like footsteps in the hallway when nobody is in the building, and other similar things. To my surprise, he also confirmed the same experiences when he worked alone in the building at night. So who knows what could be going on? So my family has two houses that are right beside each other, maybe 200 yards away from each other. surrounded by woods with not any neighbours around. My parents and I live in one, and my two brothers and their significant others live in the other. The first time I heard this whistling noise was around late December of 2020. My girlfriend was living with me at the time, and we had just gone home from work at around 11:30 PM or so. I had parked in the bottom driveway, so we had to walk through the yard to get to the front door. There was a few inches of snow on the ground, so our footsteps crunched as we walked. We made it halfway through the yard when we both stopped dead in our tracks and looked at each other. She had heard the same thing I did. A whistle had come from the woods to the left of us. Not a whistle someone would use to get your attention or something, but more of a rhythmic whistle. It didn't last very long, maybe 3 or 4 seconds max. We made it inside and just convinced ourselves it was some kind of wildlife to make ourselves feel better. That was the first one. Cut to around 2 months later, and my girlfriend and I are still seniors in high school, taking online classes. The whistle has become a bit of a joke to us, and I would always tell her the whistler was going to get us. Up to this point, there weren't any more experiences, so we didn't take it very seriously. The next whistle scared the both of us. We were nocturnal people, so we would sit in the kitchen late at night and do schoolwork on our laptops. The basement steps are a few feet away from the kitchen table. One particular night, we were sitting there typing away when we heard a whistle. This one was a little different. It was one single whistle, as if it was one note, and it rang out from the basement. We sat in silence for several minutes and then agreed to act like it didn't happen. Over the next year and a half or so, I personally haven't heard it since the basement whistle. My two brothers would claim a few whistle occurrences at the other house, but I can't confirm or deny these, as it's their experiences, not mine. Just this week, I was up at around 2:30 AM sitting in my room with the house to myself. I was on my phone scrolling through Twitter when I heard the same single one-note whistle come from the living room this time. I peeked my head up, accepted it as another whistle, and went back to minding my business. Mind you, both my grandfather and grandmother passed away in this house. I don't seem to recall them as rampant whistlers from my childhood, so I'm not sure if that has anything to do with these events. So to preface, I currently work at a pretty famous and historic hotel in Virginia Beach. It's known for having quite a few stories surrounding it. I do the minibar and turn down there, which involves me being in empty rooms quite often. I've had a few interesting things happen to me so far, but what happened earlier tonight really was something. I was doing my turn down service and I was on the second floor going to room 206. For turn down, I knock on the door 3 times just to give the possible guest inside some time to get to the door. On the third knock, I scan my keycard to let myself in. And as I open the door, it suddenly feels as if someone gently pulled the door open, like if they were letting someone in. From that moment, I had an odd feeling, but I had to do my job, so I continued on. I called out a hello to make sure no one was in the room, looking around for any sign of a guest there. Sure enough, there was absolutely nothing in the room. No luggage or sign of anyone in the room. For our downturn service, we put down a plate of cookies on a desk under a lamp and turn it on to highlight it. Immediately after I do that, the desk lamp starts flickering wildly. I then say, "Are you messing with me tonight?" as the lamp continues to flicker madly. I then go to turn down the blinds over a small chest of drawers as a drawer slowly opens. In that moment, I felt a heaviness over my body with a feeling of dread. I finished putting the blinds down before straightening my back before going to say, "I'm just trying to do my job. I'm not here to bother you. I'm just about done. I'll be out in a moment. Please let me do my job." I wait for a few seconds before I feel the weight lift off some, and I notice that the lamp is still flickering fast. I quickly turned on the TV, and it turned on to the usual movies to watch in your hotel room channel. What it showed was a trailer for the movie Nope. I quickly finished what I had to do in there and left the room. I knew that my hotel was haunted, but that was the first time I've had a real experience. So I work in healthcare, and the events in question took place yesterday during my night shift. One of the tasks I was given at the beginning of my shift was to clean 2 rooms of recently deceased residents, as potential new residents were coming in to see the building. One of these rooms has been empty since March, and the other for a little longer. I was initially quite uneasy about going into the more recently vacated room, but had no issues, completed my tasks, and didn't feel in the slightest bit uneasy. The second room is directly across the hall, and I've always found it to be a little bit eerie. Even before it lay vacant, I always found it to be a little dark and unsettling. I couldn't ever really put my finger on why. So I go in, complete my cleaning, and begin to leave. As I step out onto the long, straight corridor, I hear what sounds like a male's voice very clearly call out my name. I look up, and I can see what can only be described as a black, almost wispy or smoky outline of a person standing right before me. I'm not 100% sure what I said, but I think I uttered some form of expletive and turned away. When I looked back, the figure had vanished. I stood frozen for what felt like ages, but must have only been a few seconds, trying to rationalise what had just happened. I checked with the sleep-in member of staff if they had called my name, which I thought to be unlikely, as they were already asleep, and the voice was male. She assured me she hadn't said a thing. I finished what I was doing, and didn't return to that section of the building for the remainder of my shift. I've had a few paranormal experiences in my life, and I've always been quite flippant about them, and just sort of brushed them off. But this one genuinely scared me. My hairs are standing on end just writing this and thinking about it, but even with that in mind, I didn't feel threatened. I was unnerved for sure, but I don't think whoever or whatever I saw wanted to cause me harm. So for around the last 8 or so years, I've worked in nursing care, mainly in different care facilities for elderly adults, which at times includes end-of-life care. We cared for a patient who was an ex-army officer and Queen's Guard, a very tall, broad, larger-than-life individual. They were very proud of their service and still wore their army-issued footwear to special events, Christmases, and birthdays, etc. After a deterioration in their health, they passed away. Their family came up to collect their belongings a few days before the funeral, but accidentally left the deceased patient's shoes behind. Our manager said she'd keep them in her office for when they could get up to collect them. Now, we were all fairly tuned in to the paranormal on the night shift. Me and pretty much all of my colleagues were believers. Eventually, a new patient moves into this room. A few days after their arrival, they activate the help call around 2 a.m. I respond to it, enter the room, which I find to be absolutely freezing. I switch the light on. They're quite clearly distressed. I ask what the matter is, and they told me, "You must help. There was a huge man in here. He was in the corner and in my bathroom." I asked what he was looking for, and he said he wanted his shoes back. He just walked past as you came in. Now, it takes quite a lot to spook me, especially after some experiences I've had in the dead of night, but at that moment, I felt the colour drain from me. I tried to keep the head for the sake of the patient and reassure them it was just a dream. When I was a little girl, my family moved to a small town from the city. The place we had lived before was dangerous and not ideal for raising a child. My parents purchased the property at the end of the road and moved into a double-wide trailer. But as I was a curious child, one thing was far more interesting to me. There was a dilapidated shack on the property. We didn't ask about it or tear it down. I would go inside sometimes. But if a yellow jacket nest or sticky spiderweb didn't deter me, a feeling of being watched did. I recall talking to my mother in the bathroom when I was maybe 5. We could smell sweet smoke. Neither of my parents smoked, and we never had guests. I looked everywhere for a source, to no avail. Months later, I was playing with one of the dogs near the shed. Her tail stopped wagging, and she froze in her tracks. I then saw what she did. An aged man in a grey suit with a thick moustache and bowler cap was passing us, headed straight to the trailer. Smoke drifted from his pipe. My words were cut off. I was going to tell him not to wake my mother and come back later until I realised I could see through his legs. I was petrified. He then turned to me and tipped his hat in a rather gentlemanly greeting before dissipating into mist and vanishing. That was the only time I saw him, but I would still occasionally smell the smoke of his pipe, feeling comforted by what must have been a kindly spirit watching over my family. I'm a 45-year-old Belgian guy, but my origins are 100% Moroccan. Although I always lived in Belgium, I used to spend most of my summer holidays in Morocco as a child, where my mother remained in Belgium for work. At that time, my relatives in Morocco were farmers. They lived in the countryside about 40 kilometers from Tangier, a very remote and poor place, with no access to electricity or even roads that weren't made of dirt. No light, no radio, no TV, no toilets, no tap water, no nothing. Kerosene lamps, wells and cob ovens were still the norm. My grandfather was mowing hay while my grandmother was taking care of the cattle. They were helped by my uncles and aunts, who were late teenagers back then. That was pretty much their occupation at that time of the year. It was either that, cleaning the farm, welling up the water, baking the bread, cooking the evening meal, or praying to God. No leisure whatsoever. Being the only child on the farm, I was either getting in everyone's way or bored to death, as there wasn't much to do, really. They were way too busy trying to make ends meet for everyone, so even though they took really good care of me, there was no quality time I could expect from anyone. The neighbours had many children I could have played with, but my family was overprotective. As my mom wasn't around, they felt like their main mission was to keep me safe, more than to keep me entertained. It was another place and another time. A kid well fed and secure was the only concern, and considering their situation, it was an achievement on its own. Besides, and that's typically Moroccan, they were afraid of the evil eye, which is a curse believed to be cast by malevolent glares. Indeed, I was very noticeable. For whatever reason, and unlike my relatives, I had straight blonde hair, which was unusual, pale skin and my clothes, very Western. Made me look like a wealthy Scandinavian kid compared to the kids around. The country was so poor and out of time, you wouldn't believe it. There was something medieval to it at a social level, and Mesopotamian somehow for pretty much everything else. It could very well have been 4000 BC. Therefore, they basically hid me and kept me in a bubble the whole time I was there. So all in all, I had nothing much to do. On my own most of the time, and anything beyond the farm was pretty much off limits. Grandpa was too rough of a guy to hang out with. He didn't like kids, or he didn't like me. I couldn't tell. But there was one thing I loved to do though. Taking the cows to the pastures at dawn and bringing them back at dusk with my grandma. It was her daily ordeal, because each and every morning she desperately tried to sneak out while I was sleeping. But I knew better and almost never missed a day. However, the pastures were pretty far away from the farm, and my grandma had to carry me on her back for long distances, as I was half asleep half of the time. And the rest of it, I pretty much teased the cows way too much with sticks, and she always had a hard time keeping the herd together because of me. But she never complained, God rest her soul. Once I arrived at the pastures, I had to hook some of the cows to the ground to prevent them from escaping. Each cow had its own rope round its neck, and the other end was attached to a rough and fat metal spike. All I had to do was find some stone around that would be large and dense enough to firmly peg those spikes into the ground. That alone was fun enough to make my days. But on one of those days, I was 7 years old at the time, We were at the pastures earlier than usual, so much that the sun wasn't totally out yet. The place was more remote and the land more rugged than usual too. There were trees and big rocks all around, and Grandma put me in charge of finding a couple of stones in order for us to peg the spikes. But I couldn't find any around, so I had to search a little. After a few minutes looking down for some, I realized that I couldn't see my grandma or the cows anymore, but I knew she couldn't be very far. And suddenly, behind some big rocks in front of me, I saw a thing. It was definitely human-like, sort of. It was looking at me, smiling. I just couldn't tell if its face was male or female. It was both and neither at the same time. It's not that I couldn't tell, it's more to do with the fact that the features of its face seemed to be constantly redefining themselves. I remember clearly that it had pointy ears, and what scared the hell out of me, beyond its creepy smile, was its teeth. They were pointy too, and looked like tiny ivory knives. But that wasn't just it. It had small horns on the forehead, backward goat paws instead of legs, and frickin' hooves instead of feet. Its hair was short, but it wasn't anything like human hair. It was something between a filthy fur and horsehair. It was awfully grotesque. Sketchy even, but definitely nightmarish. I was so scared that I peed my shorts instantly. I screamed my lungs out and I began to run hectically as I couldn't remember where I came from. But whatever my speed and whatever my direction, that thing kept on appearing at each and every corner, behind a rock or a tree, totally still, as if it never moved and never had to catch up. And each time it appeared to me, its smile and its laughter kept growing, like it was feeding off of my fear. So much that at the end, it was just hideous and totally inhuman. The mouth ended up filling half of its face, and the teeth wouldn't stop growing. I felt like I was trapped in a maze, and it was over. Suddenly, I heard my grandma, who had been alarmed by my screams, and I ran towards her, trying to explain what I saw. She remained calm and felt concerned, but I couldn't convince her to come and see what I saw, as she said to me that there was nothing to be seen, that I was tired and probably imagining things because of the low light. I have no recollection of us coming back through, except that she was praying out loud on our way home, and that I was sleeping on her back. I just remember being sick for 3 days at the farm afterwards. I stayed in bed as I was dizzy and vomiting, making very weird dreams that totally fucked up my senses. It's hard to describe. The sense of touch, sight, and smell were all the same thing at once. I was confused and delirious. Something that I kept having for all my childhood, at least twice a year since then, and no doctor ever found out what it was. Until it ended by itself, when I became a teenager. Anyway, I recall that my family looked very worried while I was sick. More than they should have. And more than they've ever been. Even though I've been sick before. Remember that it was the remote countryside. Morocco is a land of superstitions, witchcraft and traditions, especially back then. So healers were a thing. In fact, they were the only thing. Doctors weren't the first call back then. You were taken care of by the local healer who used potions made of plants, oils, spices, spit, animal feces, and other weird stuff that they made up while saying some Islamic incantations and writing some dark shit on amulets. We're famously known for these practices, unfortunately. The reason I say this is that I recall a name my family mentions several times while I was in bed, which was something like qxnint. To me, it felt like they were talking about a healer that they knew and would call to take care of me. It wasn't the first time, and indeed, that's what happened. A very old healer came by my bed to fix me. Eventually, a few days later, I got better, and that was the end of that. When I talked about it to my relatives, they said that I was ill, that I hallucinate, and that there was nothing to be worried about anymore. Since then, and up until now, that's all I ever get from them. Except that I know what I saw, that it was real, and that I became ill after the events. Before that, I was just fine. The weirdest thing is that I know for sure that I will meet this thing again before I die. Why? I don't know, but it's a certainty. I just know. Will it be the very day I die? I don't know, but I will see it again. It's like the idea has been carved into my brain since its very day. From 5 years old till 10, when we moved, there was a ghost or demon lady that visited me every single night. I have so many stories of her coming into my room and just staring at me, it's not even funny. But I have a few that stain my memory the most. I'm now 25 years old with 2 daughters of my own, and I'm so paranoid that she will somehow mess with my kids too. I pray to God she doesn't. I would cover my entire body with stuffed animals from head to toe, and I would plug my ears just so I could fall asleep. It always happens the same. I'd be laying in bed with my light on, because I could not sleep at all without my lamp on, even though it never helped. At least I could see a little better. But as I was laying there trying to fall asleep, everything would get extremely quiet, and that's when I knew that she was coming. It would take about a minute before she got right up beside my bed, and once she was there, I knew it. I could feel it. I would peek out from under my animals, see her standing and floating there staring at me with a horrible face so pale. I would freak and run to my mom's and stepfather's room and jump into bed with my mom. And then I could fall asleep fine. Well, one night, this routine played out. I cried and cried every night, begging my stepdad to let me keep my light on, and he finally caved like always. I was trying to sleep and she slithered off. I took off to my mom's room and jumped into bed, except this time my stepdad wasn't having it. He told me to go back to my room and I completely broke down. My mom finally talked into letting me sleep on the floor, next to my mom and the wall of the room. I laid down there holding my mom's hand that was hung over the side of the bed to comfort me, staring up at the ceiling, watching the fan rotate, when it suddenly got super quiet. And I remember thinking, no way she can get to me in here with mom, and I held my mom's hand tight. Then I saw her floating around the foot of my mother's bed, coming towards the side I was on. She always had a white gown on and long black hair, and she moved so silently, it was sickening. I've never in my entire life been so terrified. I screamed and screamed, and my mother and stepfather jumped up, asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" And all I could say was, "She's trying to get me, Mom. She's trying to get me." My mom let me sleep in the bed that night, and I was fine. It's really hard to put into words how much torment this lady or thing put me through. I mean, I was constantly sleeping in school because I couldn't sleep at home. I would beg to stay the night at my aunt's house or my grandmother's. One time, she followed me to my aunt's house, and I ran outside and sat in the middle of the street until my aunt got home at 7 the next morning. It was horrible. Even today, 20 years later, I'm a grown-ass man with a family, and sometimes at night I lay awake thinking about her, worried to death that she may find me again. I've had panic attacks in the middle of the night dreaming about her. There are only 2 people in the world that even know about her besides me, and that's my wife and mother. And now, whoever reads this horribly put together a story that I'm sure some won't believe, but for me, it's the most real thing I've ever experienced. And by the way, this is just one of the times I really remember. There's about 10 that stick in my mind. So I'll give a little bit of background information before I dive into what I experienced, which brought me on this question. In May last year, a boy who I had gone to primary and high school with passed away after a particularly nasty infection spread from a cut on his foot and shut down his body basically. His death rocked the entire school, which he and I went to, and we were very much affected by his sudden and somewhat unexpected death. I was especially sad over his passing, even though I hadn't been too close to him. So I attended his funeral and spent a few weeks in a numbed state, trying to process his death. This afternoon, I was asleep for a few hours before waking up in what felt like sleep paralysis. Except I could talk and hear myself saying things, but I couldn't move at all. There was a person sitting at the end of my bed, so I asked who they were, and they turned their heads to look at me, and it was the boy who had passed away. He and I spoke for a few moments about our school, my life. He gave me advice on a few things. Finally, I asked what he was doing here, to which he replied with, "Just checking in. I do that quite often to make sure everyone's okay," before joking that it was easier for him to talk to people in this state than when he was in my state. Normally in my sleep paralysis, I always have a sense of dread and fear, but with this one, it was very calming and felt as though it was a real conversation that I would have had with him. He was very kind and just sat at the end of my bed, playing with his shoelaces. After our conversation was over, he reached over to touch my hand and said to me, "My time here with you is over, but I'll make sure to let you know if I come round again. I'll look out for you. Goodbye for now," before disappearing right in front of me. As soon as he had disappeared, I was able to move again and sat up in bed. I didn't wake up how I normally do with sleep paralysis. I just sat up and boom, I was awake. I'm a believer in the paranormal and believe there is a physical world and a spiritual world, which is where people pass on to when they die. I think sometimes people's spirits get trapped in a sort of limbo between the two worlds, and that's when we, as beings who are alive, are able to see and communicate with beings who are spirits. I've never heard of an experience quite like this one with sleep paralysis, and I believe that it was the spirit of the boy visiting and checking in on me. Could that be possible? Do some spirits manifest themselves in this way and just randomly pop in for visits and chats? When I was about 5 years old, I lived in Hawaii with my parents and younger sister. My dad was in the military, and that's where he was stationed at the time. Now let me preface this by saying that I don't remember this specifically, but my mom told me about it years later, and it's definitely relevant, especially looking back at everything that I do remember. There was this closet underneath the staircase in our home, and my sister and I used to play in it all the time. I do remember the closet, and I do remember playing in it a lot, but I don't ever remember this. My mother told me I used to talk to someone in there, someone who wasn't my sister. She said I'd be there, alone, talking to someone. She would ask me, and all I would say that it was a little girl and she was my friend. No big deal, right? Kids have imaginary friends. But after everything, I'm sure it was no imaginary friend. I'm not sure when this started specifically, but I do know this is the first thing that I'm aware of involving this little girl. Now eventually, my family and I moved to the state we live in now. The little girl followed, apparently. We've lived in a total of 3 places in the state I live in now. Relevant, as I mentioned the 3 houses over this explanation, as there have been experiences in every place. One day, my aunt showed up to our first place of residence when no one was home, and later that day, my aunt had asked my mom why I was home from school that day. I wasn't. My mom told my aunt this, and she said that she had seen a little girl in one of our windows staring outside, her chin resting in her hands. Her hair was in 2 braids. Apparently, she looked like me, because my aunt thought it was me. But I was indeed at school that day, and so was my sister. As far as I can recall, that was the only experience involving the girl in that place. I was still fairly young, so I don't remember. Anyway, we moved into the house my grandparents were living in. They had moved to a new house and decided to rent their house to my parents. Now, when we moved into this place, my grandparents had been experiencing things in the house. My grandma had nicknamed the entity they'd been experiencing Hank. We moved in and started to experience things we hadn't before. Things would go missing or be obviously moved from their previous place. Also, I should mention my mom had experiences involving the little girl over the years before moving to this house. She would hear a little girl's voice saying "Mommy" sometimes, and she was sure it was me or my sister. So anyway, we knew that these 2 entities were different, One was the little girl, and one was the one who was moving our things around, Hank. Because while we had experiences with me talking to a little girl, my aunt seeing her and my mom hearing her, we had never experienced our things being moved until we moved into this house. It became kind of a game. When something would go missing, Hank would be scolded by whoever the owner of said item was, and we would ask him to put it back. He was super harmless in general, just liked to move our things. My mom said she would ask for her stuff back, and she would find it somewhere she was sure she'd checked. Things in the house mainly revolved around Hank. Our things would go missing a lot, and we would ask for them back, and they'd show back up. There were 2 instances where Hank got angry and lashed out. I personally witnessed this both times, and it was scary, but not in a way I feared for myself. I can't remember which incident happened first, so I'll just tell them in a random order, because my memory is shit, and I can't recall. My dad was a drinker. He also had an anger problem. He was drinking one night and started drunkenly yelling at how Hank needs to stop messing with our stuff. And my dad was standing in the living room, where I was as well, just listening to this drunken rant about our ghost, and all of a sudden, one of the light bulbs in the ceiling light blew. Like exploded and shattered glass in the room. Another incident was that my grandma was over visiting, and she and my mom were talking in the kitchen, while I was in there as well, about Hank. And my grandma mentioned that maybe we should contact someone to get rid of the entity. And out of nowhere, a picture that had been sitting on a shelf behind my grandma just falls to the ground, nearly hitting her. Now, Hank is just kind of a side part of the whole story with the little girl, but felt the need to include him, as he does eventually follow us from this house to the house my parents are currently living in. My mom actually told Hank to take care of the little girl ghost that had been following us since Hawaii. And I guess when we moved from this house to the one my parents currently live in, he followed us because he felt he needed to stay with the little girl. He felt the need to stay with me. Anyway, one more experience from this house involving the little girl. I heard her voice. Probably not the first time, but this is the first time I remember hearing it, very audibly. I was walking through the living room to the kitchen. On the way, I had to pass by the little space that had the tiny hallway, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. They were all bunched together, and they were kind of situated right off between the living room and kitchen. On the walk through the living room, right as I passed by the tiny hallway, I heard a little girl's voice say, "Mommy." My sister didn't sound like that, and she didn't call my mom that. My mom was in the kitchen, and my dad was at work. It wasn't scary. It was just kind of like, oh, there she is. So eventually, we moved to the house my parents are currently living in, and Hank and the little girl followed. Now on to everything I experienced in this house. Because I was older, I do remember everything that happened, but I honestly couldn't tell you if this was all the little girl or not. I'm only sure about one of these instances being her, as I heard her voice. The other times, I can't be sure. One was not something I experienced, but my dad saw this one night when we went to check on me as I slept. I slept with the door open because my cat liked to come in and out of my room, so I kept my door open for her. My parents' room was directly across from mine, and my sister's room just next to mine. So he just peeked his head into my room to check on me as he was coming to bed, and he saw I was asleep, laying on my side with my knees bent. He said he saw someone crouched down on the bed, sitting just behind my legs, their knees pulled to their chest. When he looked back at me a second later, it was gone. One time I was sitting in my parents' room, sitting in the computer chair as I played games on the computer. I had the door shut and I was alone in the room. Not even any pets in the room with me. Out of nowhere, I felt the chair lurch forward as though someone had shoved or even kicked the back of the chair while I was in it. One time I was laying in bed on my right side and I felt a hand slide underneath my pillow from behind me. I didn't look back to see because I honestly was too scared of what I might see. One time I was laying in the living room on the couch at night crying because my hip was hurting, and I heard a little girl's voice say, "It's okay." I knew it was the little girl, because I felt so comforted and calm. I wasn't scared at all. One time, I was sitting in the living room on the couch, and my living room was set up so that if I was sitting on the couch, I could turn my head left and see directly down the hallway, where my parents' room was, at the end on the left, and my room was at the end on the right. I can't remember if I turned my head, if I was sitting on the couch with my legs on the couch as well, so that I was completely facing the hallway while I watched TV. And I saw a white figure with its head bent down move from my room to my parents' room. I haven't had any experiences since moving out, so I think the little girl finally decided to stay with my parents instead of me. I welcomed her. I voiced out when I left that she could come with me, but I've never felt her presence, so I think she thought she would stay with my parents, Hank, and whatever other entities are in that house. I've had the occasional sleep paralysis involving shadow people at least 2 to 3 times per year. When I was younger, I just froze, but still tried to fight back. In dreams, if you tried fighting them, your fists would slide off their face. It's hard to explain. Fighting them and breaking out the paralysis involves the same thing. The feeling you get is like pushing two sides of the same magnet polarity. Hitting them could be as simple as changing the way you punch. The back fist instead of straight. The quick things throw them off. Breaking out of paralysis is like pulling away from a magnet. Requires more strength, physical and mental. Eventually, you can predict the paralysis before it hits. Now, to the shadow people. Not sure what they are, only what I observed. They can take any shape, not just shadow, and attack in dreams too. They like to take the shape of a dead loved one to get a reaction from you. It's to feed off your emotions. Before the paralysis hits, if you're awake, it feels like a warm wind hitting you. Then, it tries to hold you down or bear hug you, obviously scaring the crap out of you and feeding the things. At first, trying to fight back was frustrating, but when I finally was able to move, I tried to wrestle what was holding me off. It didn't take a form, but when I grabbed and pushed, I could feel a forearm and wrists. During one of the wrestle fest in a dream, I got so angry that my hands started to burn. They flamed blue, and the thing started to screech. It turned shadow and fled out my door. The flames spread all over me. I could feel the heat, but it didn't burn me. Did I freak out? No. I chased it out the door and bear hugged until the screaming stopped. Since then, when they attack in dreams, I like to grab an arm or throat and burn away. It's gotten so that whenever they attack, it's only in groups now. No more singles. The scream sounds like a small dinosaur from the old movies. I was asleep on my back when I felt one coming. Came straight through the bottom of the bed and grabbed me. We fought and I ended up choking it from behind. Stood up and went for the throat burn. At this point it's screeching when my mom comes out of her room. Mom's been dead for years, so I say, "Don't know who you are, but my mom's been dead a long time." I'm standing behind the first one, squeezing, making it scream. When my mom starts to shake, scream, and turns into one of these things. I tossed the first thing into the other and told them to get the hell out. Not welcome here. Dream ends, but that brings me to my next point. Ever see a loved one while dreaming and they're just evil, hurtful? Recently deceased who don't miss you? Try to hurt you or make you feel worse? It ain't them. The shadow people can take any shape, remember, but that raw emotion you feel thinking it's a loved one attacking you feeds their form. It may take practice, but try fighting back and remember it's possible to break out of the paralysis. What you see may be an imposter, so don't lose control of your emotions. I wanted to share a few UFO encounters I've had. The first was when I was about 11 and driving home with my dad. I looked out the window and saw a ship. It was shaped more like a small city, black with multiple spires. I told my dad and he saw it as well and gunned it home. The odd part was his reaction, which is connected to the next encounter. I asked about the ship and he went apeshit, started screaming about nothing being there and not seeing it, even though he described it when I pointed it out. Fast forward to about 4 years ago, makes me around 34 years old. At work at the hotel, the housekeeper calls me over. It's Veterans Day, so I figure she wants me to check out the parade. She points out a white sphere in the sky. We stare at it, and it moves at insane speed and then splits into 6 smaller spheres. I tell her congratulations on her first UFO sighting. It keeps moving around the parade, and I tell her not to worry, it's probably just observing. Thing is, when I ask later if any more weird stuff came out, I got the same reaction. Total freak out, screaming about not seeing anything, and it's not real. Like, if the mind can't handle the situation, it melts down. This final one is a bit more interesting. I had let my dogs out at night for potty break. Then, a head count as they came back inside. Before I went in, I noticed a star bigger than the others. Not being a runner, I stayed put. It got closer and I got a better look. It was a 4-pointed star with mini points about the size of a pressure cooker, all pulsating different colours. I decided to try telepathy. No, I didn't do anything fancy, like cross my legs or Just thought in my head like when you do a grocery list. Asked if it meant harm. Give me red for no, green for yes. Got a red for no. Asked if it came from the stars. It turned green. Asked if it was here for recon. Again, green. Finally, thought, okay, you can be on your way, and it flew higher and further. My point on the last one is to try and stay calm. Might scare you a bit, but it's the best way to remember what you saw. I didn't get any missing time or the usual stuff like strange markings, just an odd encounter. To start, I work downtown at a hotel and I've had 2 BEK experiences that I'd like to share. The first was on my walk to my bus stop from work. It's a good 8 blocks. When I'm waiting at the crosswalk and I noticed a teen girl cross the way staring. So I slightly turn and she seems normal, pixie haircut. Your average teen, except her eyes are black. The whole thing, no white at all. Here's the strangest part. When I looked, she started to panic, looking for somewhere to run. As soon as the light's green, she sprints away. I found it odd that the BEK panicked. It's usually the other way round. Till this day, I kick myself that I didn't follow. But the only thing I was worried about was missing the dang bus. The other experience happened at work. We have 3 laundry rooms for guests. One day, a female guest asked for my help. She had on her gym clothes, so I informed her about our 24-hour gym. She made small talk, but the pupils of her eyes were off. Like a lava lamp changing shape quickly. Just the black part. Nothing felt wrong or scary. Just the eyes were strange. Googled like crazy, but could not find contacts with this effect. They're all static, not moving. Her pupils moved like a lava lamp, or Rorschach's mask, if you will. I wonder if any of you guys have heard of different types of BEK or anything similar. So I've had quite a few lucid dreams over my life, and almost all of them have been a good experience. But the one I had just now wasn't so good. In fact, it was terrifying. So I woke up in my room as I normally do, in all the lucid dreams I've had. But this time, I was in some dark, twisted reality, and everything was just really fucked up. I instantly knew I was dreaming, but I decided to still check anyway, so I started counting my fingers. And as soon as I finished my hands, they disappeared, and they didn't come back. My body was also moving really slowly, as if I was really sick and old. It was a horrible feeling. So anyways, I decided I'd had enough and tried waking myself up by closing my eyes and tensing my body. This time it didn't work, and I was stuck. I started to panic a bit and started pacing up and down my room. I even threw myself down the stairs, but that also didn't work. At this point, I just got fed up and went back to bed to try to sleep it off, but something was next to me. I didn't know what it was and was too scared to confront it, and then this thing climbed on top of me and was sitting on my back. It felt really small, kind of like a small animal or a child. It was really heavy, and somehow I managed to get myself out and pace out of my room. I tried throwing myself down the stairs again, but still couldn't wake up. At this point, I didn't know how much time had passed, but it felt like hours, and I started thinking to myself, what if this isn't a dream, and I actually died in my sleep, and woke up in some fucked up alternate reality? Then, I noticed there was some new doors in my room that led to different rooms and long corridors, but the doors had an eerie feeling about them, so I didn't want to explore. Towards the end, I started to choke on something. I think it was my own spit, and it was really irritating. I tried clearing my throat, but it just made it worse. The weird thing was that I could still breathe properly, and I was choking at the same time. It was such an uncomfortable feeling, and I started to worry that I might actually be choking in real life. Some time passed, and I eventually woke up. Turns out, I was choking on my spit. As of right now, it's 2 a.m, and I'm too shaken to go back to sleep, as I might get it again. Does anyone know what I just experienced, or had anything similar happen to them? I would really appreciate it if someone could explain it to me. I used to be the singer in a punk metal band called Scotch Tapeworm. We never really made it big, but we had a few popular gigs around the Minnesota area. We even warmed up the stage for a few big names, which I won't name drop here. But I wanted to tell you about why I quit, and why there are no songs from our band online anymore. The short version is that someone stole the music in me. Yeah, that sounds weird. Let me explain. We'd had a streak of good luck, and we were feeling that our newest song could be the way to a record deal if it reached the right people. We managed to fund a music video, and we'd worked hard on it for about 2 months. We talked to a whole bunch of reaction channels on YouTube and sent out a whole bunch of previews. Overall, it looked positive. We even thought about skipping the middleman and going straight to recording our own studio album. Needless to say, I was living and breathing music during those days. Spent and Deflated was going to be our big one. But it didn't quite work out that way. It all started with an email. One of the reaction channels had a copyright claim. In a matter of hours, we got over a dozen similar emails. We challenged each and every one of them, but it didn't matter. The claimer was adamant. This was their content. Of course, it was nonsense. Some shell company that we'd never heard of. There we were, the entire band, ready to party and watch the reactions to our music. Beers, snacks, and 2 hours of pre-partying, and then we were all stuck answering angry emails. It fucking sucked. After that, we made all our videos private. It was the only way to make sure no one else got paid for the traffic we generated. We tried to get a hold of the mods, but nothing happened. We got stuck in automated response after automated response, and we didn't have enough of a Twitter presence to get someone to answer our DMs. So all our momentum started running out, and Spent and Deflated just sat there with a handful of Spotify listens. Then one night, I got a notification on my phone. One new comment on one of our videos. What the fuck? All our videos were private. And there it was. A single comment on Spent and Deflated. It just said, "So good," and linked to some kind of number. Spam. Of course it was fucking spam. At that point, I was about to give up. I threw my phone across the room, probably waking up the neighbour. The next few days, the band was having trouble. People weren't showing up for rehearsal, and our drummer was even talking about quitting. Much like the song, they were spent and deflated. We tried to work up the energy to find solutions, but it all just felt like the world was against us. We had this fucking banger of a song, but we just couldn't get it out there. It felt so weird getting desperate over this, like the public was doing us a favour, hearing our song. Is that what music is nowadays? One night, I had a bit too much to drink, and I ended up spending the night with my phone in my bed. I just laid there, half asleep, waking up from time to time to swipe right on Tinder. I ended up listening to YouTube, and by some drunken thoughts, I checked out the comments again. I decided I wanted to mess with whoever posted that, so I checked it out. Turns out, it wasn't just some random phone number, it was some kind of WhatsApp number. I gave it a call. To my surprise, an actual human answered. "Is this from Scotch Tapeworm?" the woman on the other end said. Well, yeah, I said. Again, deflated. My anger just ran out of me. "Yeah, I'm the singer," I continued. How did you leave that comment?" "We collect good music from smaller channels. Would you be interested in a collaboration?" Yeah, I said. "Hell yeah." We worked out the details. I was to come see them at their recording studio the upcoming weekend, on my own. I didn't even question that I'd set up a meeting with someone I never even asked the name of, after having rung a single tone to an unknown number at 2 in the morning on a Thursday. I was drunk. The next day, I was about to cancel the whole thing. I'd made a note in my calendar, and it took me a solid hour to even make out the words I'd misspelled. Still, there it was. Time and a place, clear as day. I had an entire day to get my hangover out of my system and just cancel, but I never came around to it. Instead, I figured we had nothing to lose. So yeah, I just went on with my day and got ready for the meeting with these mystery fans. I know, it sounds crazy, but I live in an area where crime is something that happens to other people. I met with this woman I talked to on the phone outside a cafe downtown. She seemed perfectly pleasant to talk to, and I didn't get any weird vibes. If anything, she was kinda into me, despite her being a few years older than me. She bought me a latte, and we took a walk back to the studio. She introduced herself as Eve, and that her family owned a private studio. She wanted to talk to me, show me around, and if things went well, they could help us with future recordings. It sounded great, and I have to admit, I was getting excited. No longer drunk on vodka, I was getting drunk on attention and future prospects. Their property was just off the highway, but we took a shortcut through the forest to get there. I tried to memorize the path, but I'm not known for my amazing attention span. Soon, we walked for about 35 minutes. The house just seemed to appear out of nowhere. It was this large 2-story house, along with a big attic with a round window. There were 2 cars on the driveway, a tyre swing, and plenty of open space. Hell, on the far side was a gazebo that looked recently built. It was nice, and I'd never heard of that place before. "Welcome," she said, "to 65 Hatchet Lane." She told me her kids were out for the day, and that her husband would be back within a few hours. In the meantime, she showed me around. The house was beautiful, but I got the feeling that it was a bit too new, like someone had just moved it. There were no little imperfections that came from someone living in a place for too long. No rough edges, so to speak. It was immaculate and artificially homey. Still, I figured that was just what their family was like. She took me down to see the studio. That thing was definitely new. There was an isolation booth in one of the corners that was more or less covered in the plastic out of the box. Some of the instruments in the live room looked unused. It all smelled like plastic rather than coffee and cigarettes, so I knew no one had been down here before me. "You'll be our first client," she said, "our first collaborators." Fair enough, I thought. Still, if you have 3 guitars valued at a total of $36,000, you probably aren't doing this just for fun. She asked me to do a trial in the live room, just to get a feel for the place. I didn't mind, and stepped in. I sang a few notes from Spent and Deflated, and got a thumbs up from the control room. Sounds great, she said with a smile. Hold on while I get the others. I should have gotten out, there and then, but I didn't. How could I have known? 20 minutes passed, and I decided to stretch my legs and check out the mix table. The door was locked. I checked and checked again, but it was locked tight. I was stuck down there with all the expensive equipment. I checked my phone, but there was no reception. We were more than 8 feet underground after all, and this place didn't seem all that accessible. I started banging on the door and window, but there was nothing. The place was soundproof. 20 minutes turned to an hour, and an hour turned into 2. I'm not a claustrophobic person, but after spending that long locked in any location, anyone would start to feel cramped up. I was screaming, pounding the door, pacing back and forth. I tried not to hyperventilate. I tried throwing a chair through the window, but it didn't even make a dent. Bulletproof, soundproof. This was a fucking bunker. At some point, I nodded off in the corner. I must have slept for at least 2 hours before I woke up. It was close to midnight when someone started flashing the lights. I opened my eyes. The entire studio was dark, but I could see them in the control room. At least a dozen people, cramped together, their eyes reflecting the red from the mixed table diodes. Some small, some big. I had no sense of how tall they were or how old. I couldn't even see who was Eve and who wasn't. In the red lights, I saw a grey hand reach forward and grab a microphone. There was a crackle in the live room. Sing. That wasn't Eve. It sounded more like a crow trying to call from a humanish sound. The grey hand had these long white nails like talons. Sing. The eyes, they didn't blink. She was holding down the microphone button, breathing heavily. It felt like she was filing the room with a warm breath, choking me with her unwavering look. I tried to just sing, but it was like having a rock in my chest. I couldn't draw breath. I couldn't think. Fucking sing! I tried to take a breath, but I'd started to sniffle. I was holding back tears, and I hadn't even realised it. I was so fucking scared. I was being kidnapped, and these strangers were making me jump through hoops. I had no idea what to expect anymore. I tried to sing the first lines. 6 minutes to midnight, hunger unsated, I began. Bathing in misery, I've created. You're not singing! It was no longer a voice. It was a growl, a caw, some kind of bird-like noise. There were clicking noises coming from the other bystanders in the room. Sing! I tried 4 more times. Over and over, I broke down. I cried. I pleaded. I tried, but I was too scared. The room was completely dark, and all I could see was those red eyes. They still didn't blink. A few of them moved in and out of the room. One of them ran up the stairs, but there were never less than a dozen of them. On the 6th try, I finally managed to get the right tone. I tapped into something primal, something angry, like a cornered animal. 6 minutes to midnight, hunger unsated. Bathing in misery, I've created. Turn your backs, traitors, one at a time. Don't think we can see that you're spent and deflated. I screamed my voice out. This was the goddamn performance of a lifetime, and all who were there to see were on the other side of that glass, staring me down. The red eyes didn't flinch, but they nodded. Good, the voice said. Good. The door opened. A slight reflection from the eyes towered above me. Whoever stepped in was taller than the door and could barely fit in the room. They just stared down at me, and I could see the outline of their teeth. Clawed hands reached for me. I backed myself into a corner, my voice too torn to scream. Something grabbed my long hair, and step by step, I was dragged out, kicking and screaming. I thought that was it. That was me dying right there, never having been on a proper stage. I was brought up the stairs, out the door, and into the woods. The moonlight showed me the outline of my attacker, this tall and gangly man roughly twice my height. He had this strange beak-like face, and his eyes almost shone from the moonlight. I tried to get away, but he had this mechanical grip on my hair and head. The more I struggled, the more warmth I could feel from my blood running down my neck. Finally, he let go of me. As I turned around and laid flat on my back, he pushed me down, his hand large enough to cover my entire chest. His long face revealed a toothless mouth, stinking with ammonia. I stopped fighting. He had me. In a swift motion, he covered my entire face with his mouth. I started to fight him off. I was choking, my lungs contracting and trying to close themselves off. I could feel my fingers going numb as my heartbeat rose in my chest. Then, darkness. The next day, I woke up on the side of the highway, covered in booze with a bad cough. I called the police, barely able to speak a word. The next hour was a flurry of faces, questions and cars. I told them about the house at 65 Hatchet Lane, only to be told there was no such address. I tried to get them to follow the trail we walked, but I couldn't remember where it was. One by one, they all assured me that no such place existed, and that if it did, it must have been somewhere completely different from what I was describing. There were a few witnesses that had seen Eve, but no one had ever seen her before. Within a day, it was obvious that we'd hit a dead end. Since then, I haven't been able to sing. My voice crackles and makes me cough, but worst of all, I can't find any tunes. I can't even keep to a rhythm. I've stopped tapping my feet and banging my head, like my body just no longer gets it. It feels like a phantom limb, just out of reach. I can't even fake it, it's just not there. I want my music back. I never want to see that beak-faced man, but I can't live like this. Please, if someone knows anything, let me know. Back in June, I was walking my dog Arnie when I came upon a yard sale. It was a bit out of place as it was one of the fancier neighbourhoods, and I've never actually seen a yard sale anywhere near there before. There were two men, both in their 40s, talking to customers and trying to keep up appearances. The front yard was littered with cheap plastic tables, each one cluttered with various knickknacks. Every table had some sort of themed item. Some of the items looked strangely personal. Things like old teddy bears and colouring books. I walked past tables labelled kitchen, bedroom, bathroom and study. At the very end was a smaller table just called Christie. The Christie table was the epitome of 90s nostalgia. A few old My Little Pony toys, cassette tapes and sealed plastic bags with various random toys for a buck. There were old jackets and shirts, all with the same size. Also, a few no-spill cups and a pair of crutches. Child-sized. I tried not to see the story the items told. Instead, I dug into the meat of the table. The massive collection of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle collectibles. Christie had it all. The Technodrome, the Party Wagon, the Foot Cruiser, and Shredder's Drill. Pretty much all the action figures. Bebop, Rocksteady, Krang, Splinter, Foot Soldiers, April, the Rat King, Casey Jones. Every character I could even vaguely remember, and then some. As an old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle fan, I wanted to get it all and put it on a shelf in my man cave. Maybe put up some RGB lights. I just couldn't imagine the price. Cowabunga, said one of the men holding the sale. Not bad, huh? No, this is very thorough. Some of this looks almost new. Christie didn't play much. She just liked the company, he sighed. Are you interested? $100 for the lot. 100? Seriously? That was insane. $100 for the entire collection? Some of it as close to mint in box as you could get. Well, without the box. She would have wanted a fan to have it, he smiled. You got the right look about you. All proceeds go to charity. In that case, I said, I insist on 150. You drive a hard bargain. We shook on it. I came around with my car and picked up the whole lot. The other man was openly weeping on the lawn, clutching the Donatello toy. Apparently, it had been a favourite. It looked like the only thing that had been played with. I insisted on him keeping it, but he forced himself to part with it. Just put him up forward, he said. He's important. I begrudgingly agreed. Leonardo was my favourite, but I wasn't going to argue. I bought 2 shelves, some RGB lights, and a timer. I wanted the entire collection to light up at night automatically. I'd seen a poster as well, and if I framed it all just right, it would look amazing. Arnie, my golden retriever Dashin mix, was beyond himself. My enthusiasm was contagious, and he picked up on it instantly. I could barely put the shelves up, with him brushing up against my legs and asking to play. All in all, it took me about 2 hours to fill the shelves, and there was still a box of things left. Mostly kitchen stuff like faded plastic mugs and plates. But there, at the bottom of the box, was something I'd never seen before. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Ouija board. It was clearly not official merchandise. It was hand-painted, but whoever had made it had been meticulous. They traced the turtle's font over every letter and number, and used the correct colour scheme. Instead of the no in the top right corner, it said, no way. Instead of goodbye, it said, later dude. And instead of yes, was the ever-present cowabunga. The thing was built to last. It was made of a solid slab of oak and had layers upon layers of finish. Next to it, at the very bottom, was a planchette that looked like one of Donatello's gadgets. There was even a sort of magnifying glass in the middle. All in all, it looked like it was made with great care. Still, it wasn't official merchandise, yet there was something about it. It was the kind of curio that just begged to be displayed, so I hung it up on the wall in place of a poster. Once those RGB lights kicked in, it looked fantastic. $150 was a steal. The following weekend, I had a few friends over for dinner. The new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shelves were an instant talking point. The figures were all taken down and looked at, and even jokingly played with. Bruce rearranged them, putting Leonardo in the front, like I'd wanted to do all along. He's the leader, Bruce argued. Donatello just does machines. But once the talk about the show and the endless reboots subsided, one question remained on everyone's mind. What the hell was the deal with the Ouija board? It was passed around and examined. Admired even. Everyone agreed that it was very well made. Sturdy, with some weight to it, unlike most of the plastic crap sold back then. It was Jamie that suggested we take it out for a test spin. She wanted to ask the turtles some questions. We were about 4 drinks and a hefty dinner in, before we all decided it was a great idea. Arnie wasn't as convinced, quietly pacing back and forth with the tail between his legs. I thought he was just anxious because of all the strange people, but now that I look back on it, I think there was something more to it. There were 7 of us huddled around a small coffee table. Jamie was the first to ask if there were any heroes in a half shell there. Bruce was clearly pushing towards cowabunga. There were a few other rounds with questions like, did the Shredder get you? And what do you think of the Michael Bay adaptation? And everyone around the table just laughed it off. Kenneth tilted the table, but didn't even manage to move the planchette. He did manage to spill Jamie's drink, though. Once the laughter died down, it was Grace that asked the first actual question. It took us all a bit by surprise. Why did you make this board? She asked. We all put a finger on the planchette, some more interested than others. Jamie and Bruce had both mentally checked out, while Grace and Kenneth were all in. Morgan and Jody didn't seem too bothered, and I just didn't know what to make of it. I'd never used one of these before. Then the planchette moved. It was a sudden, twitchy movement. Even Bruce seemed surprised. It jumped to A. Grace grasped and shook her head. Then it moved to later, dude. A later, dude? Smiled Jamie. I don't get it. It usually says goodbye there, said Grace. So, a goodbye? Did you do this as a goodbye? Jamie, who sat next to Cowabunga, took a drink. The rest of us, all in awkward positions, saw the planchette move towards her. The answer was a clear yes. Well, a cowabunga. As a goodbye, I nodded. thinking back to the child-sized crutches and the no-spill cups. It made sense. Later that night, I was cleaning up the party. Arnie started freaking out. He was hiding behind the couch, making all sorts of odd complaining noises. I was putting away dishes in the dishwasher when I heard something thud from the nearby hallway. I put away the last wine glass and checked it out. At first I didn't notice it. It took me a few moments to realise Leonardo had fallen from the shelf. I just put him back up, not thinking twice about it. He was the leader after all. Of course he should fall first. I couldn't get Arnie out from under the couch. We skipped his walk that night. The following morning, Leonardo was face down on the floor again. I was barely awake when I went down to pick him up. It was a creaking noise, and I froze like a deer in headlights. Then the shelves came crashing down. It was sudden and violent. The bottom shelf thumped down straight across my shin bones, and the top shelf almost shot out from the wall, leaving the screws behind. The Technodrome poked me in the eye, and the party wagon almost knocked one of my front teeth out. My heart was pounding, and Arnie was barking his heart out. This was completely out of nowhere. Arnie rushed in and licked my face, pacing back and forth. I just sat there, covered in bruises and plastic. In front of me, leaning against the wall, was the Donatello toy. I can't even recall seeing him fall. Had he been sitting there the entire time? I put the shelves up again, reinforced with better screws. I fixed the lights, put the Ouija board back up, and triple tested it. They were solid enough for me to hang from, so this wouldn't happen again. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it hadn't been an accident. While my bruises came and went, I started getting paranoid. Every time I walked past the shelf, it felt like the toys were watching me. I could swear the wheels of the party wagon were turning by themselves, and I could hear plastic clicking. Maybe my head was playing tricks with me, but it seemed things were moving, albeit just a little. An arm twisting, a leg turning, painted white eyes staring at me. Also, I could have sworn I put Donatello in the back, but he always seemed to end up in the front. That same night, Arnie refused to even enter the hallway, and honestly, it was all getting to me. That shelf full of collectibles was starting to feel threatening rather than comforting. I considered packing it all up and putting it into storage, or just selling it, but that Ouija board just made me think twice about it. Eventually, I decided to take a second look at the Ouija board. I brought it in the planchette into the living room, put it down, and looked over it thoroughly. I noticed there were some scuffs in the pane in the corner. The wood underneath looked old, like really old. I had no idea. I put a piece of paper over the surface and started tracing with a pen. You know, when you gently brush from side to side to see if there were any patterns in the grooves underneath. They were just painted over. There was a second board underneath, but it had been painted over. The words were some sort of foreign symbols, and there were more letters. I didn't recognize them or the order, but I think it was some sort of acrylic. There were also a few words placed in irregular spots that I didn't know what they meant. What do I do with you? I didn't even think about what I was saying. I have a bad habit of talking out loud. As if to respond, there was a strange chugging sound from the bathroom. I almost flipped the board as I got up and hurried in there. The toilet was backed up, and water had begun to swell up. Cursing to myself, I plunged my hand down the drain to find what's plugged in, but there was nothing there. It had to be a piping issue. I considered fetching my tools, but as the foul-smelling basement water was spilling over, I decided I'd drain the pipes first. I opened the basement door and had to take a step back. The smell was so bad. Arnie was so worried, but he couldn't force himself to follow me down the stairs. He twisted and turned, stepping back and forth and tiptoeing the way the concerned dogs do. Maybe he was just reflecting what I was feeling, and I was feeling nothing but concern. "Stay there, Arnie," I called out. "I'm just checking the filter." I'd had issues with the pipes before, but that was usually because of freezing. This was June. Nothing freezes in mid-June. There was an inch of water all over the basement floor. I turned on the lights, and the shadows grew longer. The smell was overwhelming. I could hear Arnie step back and forth upstairs, worried. It was obvious there was where the issue was coming from. There was a T section where something foul was leaking out, similar to a thick black mud. I got my wrench and tightened the pipe, but the seal was pretty much broken. Drop by drop, it just plopped into the water. There was a pile of that black mud right underneath the pipe, large enough that I'd need a shovel to pick it all up. And even then, it'd take a couple of scoops. I was putting all my weight behind the wrench to seal the pipe when Arnie started going ballistic upstairs. I hurried up the stairs and saw Arnie crawled back under the couch, staring down the hallway. I followed his eyes. The shelves were empty. On the living room floor was the Ouija board, with the planchette held over a casual "later, dude." I walked into the hallway to check it out for myself. The RGB lights were still a strong green. My bedroom door moved. Every single toy was spread out through the room. Their bodies were facing me, but their heads were turned away. The back of all those childhood heroes, breaking their necks not to look at me. It was unsettling. I couldn't even begin to process how this was happening, and frankly, I was running out of explanations. I picked up my car keys, knocking over April O'Neil. I had every intention of just grabbing Arnie, starting my car, and getting out of there. There was a creaking sound as the basement door opened. The green RGB lights burst into white and then burned out. There was something foul smelling in the hallway. I could hear something dripping onto the floor. It wasn't tall, a child at most, covered in a black goo and sickly thin. I couldn't even see the skin, but the waist was so thin I could put a single hand around it and have my fingertips touch. Mechanically, it lurched forward through the hallway. It was heading towards me. I backed up against the wall, feeling for the window with my right hand. I couldn't find the lock, fumbling in the dark. I couldn't keep my eyes off the blob. It moved with stiff arms and legs, not bending a joint. As it bent down to pick something up, a part of the black goo slouched off to show a flawless porcelain white skin, a pair of black eyes, and an unmoving face. A neutral smile, as if painted on. It picked up the Donatello doll. There was an eerie moaning sound coming from it, like someone trying to breathe through a closed mouth. Then the face crackled. It broke, giving way to an unhinged plastic-like jaw with nothing but a black void underneath. The jaw hung loose, moving, trying to form a sentence, to say something. This was an either-or moment. This thing could kill me. I just felt it. It would kill me, and no one but Arnie would know the truth. It could burst forward, and my heart would just stop. It was already beating out of my chest, and my head wasn't getting enough oxygen to think. I was paralyzed. The unhinged jaw bobbed up and down, but no words came. Was it trying to laugh? A dripping little hand reached for me. I was up against the wall. How? Then a bark. A loud, violent, angry bark. The kind of bark you don't expect from a Dachshund mix. I felt the cold radiating off the gooey fingertips. There was a sudden burst of light. I was blinded. The bedroom lights were back on. No good. No reaching hands. No trace of what had happened here even showed, except for a few dark blue footprints that were quickly fading away. All the action figures were spread out across the room, all facing different directions. I just sank to the ground, sobbing, as Arnie ran up to comfort me. That brave little friend of mine, it had taken every inch of courage in him, but it might have just saved my life. The Donatello toy was gone. Was she just here to get her favourite back? Since that night, nothing else has happened. The backed-up toilet pretty much fixed itself. The RGB lights work again, and all the figurines stay as I put them. I thought about just throwing them all away, but despite all this, there's a part of me that loves them. Leonardo even gets to stay up front, now that Donatello is gone. I've read up on the family I bought these from. They were sort of easy to find. I know the guy who does their plumbing, and he hears a lot of stuff. Apparently, their younger sister, Christine, or Christy, had died back in the 90s to a rare blood disease. She'd been cremated. No one had the heart to clear out her room for almost 30 years. Her older brothers had been selling her things after the house was flooded a few weeks prior, back in May. Her ashes had fallen off her shelf and mixed with the rainwater, making this weird ash-like black goo. The goo got stuck in the pipes. Actually, most of her old things were covered in the stuff. They just washed it off and sold it all as is on the yard sale, trying desperately to get that house and everything in it sold as soon as possible. Maybe they figured it was time to move on, no matter the cost. I don't know what to make of it. I think something happened to those two. I think there was a reason they were so upset, and why they wanted to get rid of it all so cheap. And the Ouija board? Well, I still have it. I think it was some attempt to give Christy a proper goodbye, or a way to find her way back to the family from the other side. Now, it doesn't do anything but respond with later, dude, no matter what you ask. But I have this creeping sensation that it doesn't just mean goodbye. I think it really means later. I think this thing never really says goodbye. It sticks with you. I think it will, literally, see me later. My brother and I are identical twins. We've experienced our share of strange things throughout our lives, but for some reason, this always slips my mind. Probably because we were so young. This was an almost daily occurrence from 4 years old to about 9, maybe. Anyway, when we were younger, we basically used to see shadow people running by in the corner of our eyes, all the time. It's crazy, because I never thought I'd write about it, because it doesn't bother me, and I do believe in another possible dimension. What I'm saying is, I'm not looking for answers per se, I'm just sharing my peculiar story. We grew up as Christians, so every time my brother and I would tell our mother what we saw, a shadow, she would remind us that if it didn't scare us, it was a good spirit. If it scared us, we should rebuke it in the name of Christ. What I find so funny about this is that I remember my mother reminding us this all the time. Our mother had to actually come up with an elaborate reasoning behind us seeing dark figures running by. It actually became so frequent as a child, I could remember that I hated to look at certain darker areas and places, and would try to take creepier parts of the house out of my peripheral vision to avoid seeing them. And I can remember, when I'd look, it would actually frustrate me that I'd see a shadow run by, because I'd think, see, I knew it. I thought I'd always see them. So did my brother. But neither of us see them anymore. At all. It's weird to think I even almost forgot it used to happen, because it was such a common occurrence, in retrospect. These days, the closest we come to seeing them is when we trip on LSD and we see usual trippy shadows. But that only reminds us of the shadow people. It's not the same though. As a kid, these weren't just trippy shadows moving. It would just straight up look like dark legs and arms running right by our peripheral vision. Same for my brother. I'd also add that we've had cases where we've seen them back to back. As in, I would see one, and so would he, without either of us knowing we both just saw the figure. Then we'd talk about it later. One time, I ran to my mother with the usual, "Mom, I saw one again." This one scared me. But it was the kind I normally saw. A peripheral paranormal, I guess. But at around the same time, my brother was all alone sitting by the fireplace. He had no clue I had just seen one and was telling our mother. He just felt uneasy and remembers looking to his left and seeing a huge shadow, sitting as if it were next to him. He remembers thinking, "That's just my shadow from the fire." He moved his torso down and the shadow went the opposite way. He got a little freaked out and lifted his back to go the other way, and from what he said, the shadow didn't move. He just noped and sprinted to my mother. I never disregarded the story simply because I used to deal with the same thing, and also because he ran to my mother and told her what happened moments after I told her I had just seen one at a separate section of the house. As an adult, I remember bringing this up to our mother and asking if she remembers us doing this, and she got wide-eyed and said, "Yeah, that shit was scary." And it was hilarious hearing her tell me as an adult that she was terrified and all that good spirit, bad spirit stuff was horseshit. She just didn't know what else to tell her creepy twins. I'm going to start off by prefacing that over these last 3 months, I lost 2 family members. One being my grandpa, and another being my family's 7-month-old kitten to FIP. After the kitten's death, my sister decided to adopt another one from the shelter. She was a sweet girl, and we had her for a month and a half until today. Today, I got home from school, and the way my room is placed is that I'm at the end of the hall, so I can see into my parents' bedroom. I had a friend over at this time, so we were just hanging out with my door open. I have another cat that's 1.5 years old, and they usually just play together. So when I heard meows from the other room, I wasn't alarmed. However, when I looked, I saw a light was suddenly on in my parents' bedroom. I slightly panicked, since I knew I couldn't have someone over, so I immediately went to check on the source. All I saw was the lamp on my parents' headboard and my older cat sitting by the bed. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just her meowing and maybe the light just wasn't turned off all the way. I turned the light off and bring my old cat to my room. I heard nothing else from my parents' bedroom. My friend left shortly after, and a few minutes after, my mom came home. She's yelling at me, saying something's happening, so I rush over to help. I hear the kitten crying for help under the bed, so I grab her, and she's foaming at the mouth. I've never been in a situation like this, so my first response that she was choking. I call the vet in a frenzy, and they tell me to bring her over. I later found out she was seizing, but she died in my arms when I was halfway to the vet. After we arrived back home, I'm telling my mom the story about how I thought she was home earlier and the light being on. She looked a bit confused, questioning about which light it was. I explained it was the light on her side of the headboard, and she stares at me blankly. That light has been dead for months. My grandma and grandpa live on a farm in the rural Midwest. My grandpa was actually born on the farm, and so was his father before him. The land has been in our family for well over 100 years. Over the past 10 to 15 years, our family has had various experiences at the farm that are hard to explain. First, I should explain that the homestead portion of the farm has 2 houses on it, along with the barn, machine shed, etc. The newer, smaller house was built by my grandpa when he married my grandma, and they raised their family there. Probably 25 yards away from that house is the bigger, older house. This house is where my grandpa was born and grew up, as well as my great-grandpa Corwin. My mom recalls taking dinner over to her grandparents each evening, especially after my great-grandma passed away, and my great-grandpa Corwin was living on his own. Corwin was one of the kindest people I've known. He always wanted to take time to talk to people, and I remember he would always have those wafer cookies when he would come over to visit. He was an active man and lived at the farm until he was in his 90s. Eventually, he was moved to a nursing home in a nearby town for a few years, until he passed away at the age of 94. Shortly after he passed away, my grandpa thought he heard his dad yelling his name. I recently read that this is a common phenomenon after a loved one passes away. My grandpa has also reported seeing lights on in the old house. One of my uncles lived in the old house for a short time after Corwin died. He's a highly skeptical person, but admits that he often heard strange noises and was once awoken by a loud bang. He was so startled that he actually grabbed his pistol and went to investigate. He found his basketball had fallen onto the floor from its usual place on a deep shelf. He wrote it off at the time, but admits that he sometimes wonders if it was his grandpa saying hello. The most startling encounters were had by my grandma and another uncle of mine. My great-grandpa Corwin loved to roam the farm and check on things. He did this until he moved to the nursing home. I can't count the number of times I remember watching him walking around the grounds with his cane in one hand and a handkerchief in the other. On separate occasions, they both saw a man in overalls and a flannel shirt walking around outside at night. They were both frightened when they saw him and initially didn't tell anyone about it. Eventually, my uncle mentioned it to my grandparents, and my grandma was shocked to hear he had a similar encounter to hers. She shared her story with him, and they agreed that it was probably Corwin. They were confused about why the encounter was so scary if it was Corwin, but chalked it up to being surprised at night. I've done some exploring of the house, but it's increasingly dangerous inside. I placed a recorder inside and left it there for 24 hours a couple of years ago, but never got around to reviewing whether it captured anything. I think partially out of fear of what I might hear. It's somewhat comforting to think it's just my great-grandpa Corwin chilling on the farm, the only home he ever knew. I spent most of my childhood winters with my grandmother in northern Sweden. She and her two sisters lived on the outskirts of a small town in an area called A5kulla, or the Blue Hills. They had this small grey house. They did have electricity, but only at night, and the heat was powered by a furnace. In the daytime, the Blue Hills was this calm and serene place, where you could almost hear the snow melt. But at night, it was just this endless field of white, fading into darkness. It was the most beautiful and terrifying place I've ever been. I remember one night in particular when I was about 7 years old. My grandmother took me ice fishing, and as I sat there staring up at the stars with a hot dog in my hand, I noticed one star brighter than all the others. It twinkled like a burning candle. It was green. "That's the green star," my grandmother said. "It can only be seen in special places far up north, and only by special people. Don't look at it too long, or it'll turn the snow green. Thrice blinks the green star, misfortune becomes you." It was nothing but superstition, but I did as she told me. She gave me an old cast iron key to hold and play with. It was some sort of good luck charm. Still, all I wanted to do was to stare at the bright green star, twinkling away up there. There was something magical to it. As the years passed, I stopped going to my grandmother in the winter. Instead, there was school, tests, girlfriends, and sports taking up all my time. But when she turned ill, we had one last chance to visit her. I'm so glad I did. She was in good spirits to the very end. She passed away right there in that grey house in the middle of nowhere, the same month as her two sisters. Her ashes were spread on the lake. The green star was still there. I graduated, went to college, and got my first job. I got engaged to my girlfriend Samantha, or Sam, at 24. For our 5-year anniversary, we were planning a trip to Barcelona. Then came the COVID pandemic. Throwing out our plans, we had to find something else to do. Our first idea was to get diving certificates, but the restrictions in our area were too tough. Instead, we decided to go winter camping all on our own. Sam found a lodge we could rent, and we both had a few days off of work to cash in. We managed to get a 5-day weekend, and we'd spend 3 of those up north. It wasn't the Blue Hills, but in a way, I felt like planning a trip back home. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got. A few days before we went, Sam had to go out of town for a business meeting. As was routine, she had to take COVID tests before and after she went. On her way back, she tested positive. She called me alarmingly early in the morning. "I don't want you to catch it," she said. "You go on your own. I know how much you've looked forward to it. I'm sorry." We talked about it, and she convinced me. She would be coming home, and by then I'd be up north. It was the best compromise we could come up with. On the way home, I'd stay a few days at a motel while she isolated. But that was a problem for future me. As the day came, I packed the car, called Sam, and set off down the highway. It felt right. It was weird being without Sam, but I didn't feel alone. She wanted me to experience this, and in a way, it felt like Grandma was with me. I was singing old songs she taught me, and I caught myself glancing up at the sky. The further I got from the cities, the more I could admire them. They were all there all along, waiting for me to come home. Wonderful. What was less wonderful was 35-minute hike from where I parked my car up to the lodge. Without Sam to help me, I felt myself getting more unsure of myself. Was this even the right way? What if I was lost? Not a lot of people have spent their winters walking through snow that reaches up to their knees. It takes ages to get anywhere. When you're also using a flashlight to navigate up a narrow path and trying not to trip, you get this enormous sense of being exposed. There's something primal in that emotion, but also something inexplicably real about it. When you spent months or years worrying about quarterly reports and budget revisions, being out in the wild gives you perspective. It took me longer than I'd like to admit, finding that lodge. 2 rooms, 4 beds, a small kitchen, no power, but a diesel generator outside and a furnace to stay warm. The lodge was on this small hill on a clearing in the woods. The view was out of this world, reaching for miles. There could have been 100 other lodges out there. I'd never know. I spent a few hours just settling in. I warmed a pot of coffee, cut up a salami and brought a chair outside. You never get used to how bright the stars really are once you get out of the cities. It felt like coming home after a long day, looking up at them like I used to. And right there, if you look close enough, was the green star. If you don't know where to look, you won't see it. But I've seen it. I've seen it over and over, and I know just where to look. Just like back in the day, it was still there. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. It brought a tear to my eye seeing it again. It took me right back to that night on the ice, fishing with Grandma. Only seen in special places up north, I said to myself. There it is, Grandma. As I blinked away the cold from my eyes, the star was suddenly gone. I looked around and it took me a few seconds to find it again. It gave me an uneasy feeling. Was it really there? It was no brighter than a nightstand lamp. Maybe I was imagining it. Still, there it was. How could I not admire it? I must have sat there for at least 2 hours. My coffee grew cold and my salami was getting frozen. All the while, I just looked at the stars, breathing in the fresh air. It was going to be a good night. It was hard to sleep that night. You don't realize how much you miss hearing certain sounds until they're gone. Someone sleeping next to you, cars honking outside, the buzz of electronics. Take all that away, and you get hyper-aware of every little thing. I stayed up for hours, listening to creaking pines, trees, and branches dancing in the wind. I had slept like this 100 nights, but this time felt different. Something out there was off. The next day, I went for a walk. There was a lake nearby, and I wanted to take a walk across the ice. I packed a bag, brought all my safety equipment, and called Sam. I couldn't get through, unsurprisingly, but I promised myself I'd try again on the ice. In general, it is a bad idea to venture out on the ice alone, but I've done it 1,000 times. This wouldn't be a problem. I brought my ice auger and fishing gear out on the ice. It took me several hours just to get a proper hole in the ice. I set up 2 small baited rods and leaned back with a thermos, listening to an audiobook. I tried giving Sam a call, but it still didn't work. Figures. I sat there in a world of my own for hours. I didn't catch anything, but that was fine. I was at peace, but I still couldn't shake the feeling of something missing. Maybe it was Sam, or my grandma. Maybe it was something else. As the sun started to set, I caught my dinner. I butchered it, put it on ice, and started packing up. As the stars started to twinkle, I heard a chilling noise. A large snap, just beneath me. I froze. I crouched down to better balance myself. Another crack. The ice was thick, but the sound of ice breaking underneath is impossible to mishear. I did what I was taught. I lay down flat to distribute my weight evenly and started crawling back to shore. I made it back to the shoreline, leaving some of my equipment behind. I still had my headphones, but I left the fishing equipment and the fish behind. I just stood there for a few minutes, listening for the ice to crack. It was sudden. In a matter of seconds, the ice broke. All my fishing gear fell through the ice. I recoiled, backing away into the forest. From there, I could see it. The hole in the ice around my fishing spot was perfectly round, unnaturally so. That wasn't the end of it. On my way back to the lodge, I heard a loud snap from a nearby pine tree. It fell over just a few feet ahead of me. If I hadn't stopped to check my cell coverage, that thing would have broken my neck. I heard other suspicious noises all throughout the evening, and the relaxing wind in the pine trees started sounding more sinister. I made myself another pot of coffee and brought out the last piece of my salami, but this time it felt like I was just doing it to watch my back. I debated whether or not to spend another day there or not, and I was leaning towards not. Sam would agree. That night, the stars were brighter than ever, and right there, brighter than all, was the green star. I couldn't look away. It was like trying to avoid the sun. It just burned into my eyes, through my eyelids. It seemed to go brighter by the second, and I had to hold up a hand to block it. I closed my eyes, held up my hand, and waited. I was obviously having some sort of moment. That settled it. I was going back in the morning. As I took down my hand, I lost my breath. The green star was closer. It was as big as my fist, and close enough for me to see the surface. A squirming, moving surface, like breathing clouds in the distance. It was a glowing ball in the sky, bright as the moon, colouring the entire hillside in a wash of green. It was a thick light, so potent that it felt like I could taste it. It had a strobe effect, making my moving hands look like they lagged behind my thoughts. I could feel myself pushing through it, like a physical force. It was blinding and unreal, like a fire in the sky, making me hot enough to sweat. I got up from my seat, staring at myself near blind. I snapped out of it. I looked away. The edge of the forest was lined with creatures. Deers, hare, foxes, even a few domesticated animals like chickens, cows, and dogs. And in the back, behind all other creatures, were people. Naked, broken people. Some pale as ice, others gored beyond recognition. One person in particular stuck out to me. A young woman with a broken neck and a rat-eaten body. No stomach, no fingers, no toes. A wide-open mouth at an impossible angle. No tongue. Dead, winter-green eyes. They all stood there in the distance, looking at me from the edge of the tree line, all bathed in the green light of the star above. I picked up my car keys and ran them between my fingers. I needed to feel something. I needed to feel that this was happening. Once I realized it was, my breath got caught in my throat. I was locked between fight or flight, and I didn't know what was what. But the warmth from the green star was real. Whatever I did next would be real. I turned to run. There she was. I almost ran straight into her, the woman with the broken neck. It was as if the tree line had moved closer. The light was more intense than ever. All around me, silhouettes were closing in. I backed up against the wall of the lodge, the broken bodies closer and closer. In the light of the green star, they all looked hollow. In a pained groan, they reached out towards me. Man, animal, and everything in between. I fell to my knees, scrambling for balance. I screamed myself hoarse, scratching at the wall of the lodge like a cornered animal. My fingers were buried in blood and dirt, my nails nearly bending backwards from the effort. There had to be something, anything. In my head, my screams were a desperate prayer to anyone and anything. I felt a cold hand on my leg. I was crying. My tears tried to shield me from seeing what was really happening. And there, something. A something. A small, cast-iron key. The same my grandmother once had given me to play with. I held it tight and felt the cold return. Curled up in a fetal position, I laid in the snow and cried until my eyes were raw. I would never look at the stars the same again. The next day, I went home, numb. I know for a fact that not everyone can see the green star. Sam has never seen it, and even other people I know from up north have never seen it. But as my grandma used to say, it takes a special place and special people. Don't look too closely. Question what you see and force yourself to look away every now and then. I got back home to Sam, but I didn't know how to tell her. I still don't. I don't know what I really saw, but I don't want to see it ever again. I lost my job at the start of the COVID pandemic, and I started spending a lot of time online. I got stuck in a lot of online rabbit holes. At one point, I spent an entire weekend looking at flat earth videos. I've looked at pretty much every online conspiracy board, and I'm pretty sure I'm on a watch list somewhere. Once I got a new job, I left that life behind me, except for a few friends I made along the way. Most were just curious people, not the kind of crazy radicals one might imagine. A surprising amount of them were ordinary people with a skeptical mind. They weren't the kind of people who got stuck on crazy ideas just for the hell of it. They were the kind of people who liked to see how the sausage was made, so to speak. As I cleaned up the remnants of my crazy and unemployed lifestyle, I noticed most of my friends and acquaintances were already off chasing a new random trend. Static chasing. I didn't pay any attention to it. Over the months that passed, I zoned out a lot of what they were doing. I disappeared off all the mailing lists, all the subreddits, Facebook groups, Discord chats, all of it. I started getting back a semblance of an ordinary life. Looking back, it was a bit embarrassing. When you've got nothing but hours of anxiety on your hands, you get desperate to fill it with something. But as things returned to normal, I tried putting all that time behind me and moving on. I got the occasional message still. A few people were genuinely worried about me or curious. But eventually, those all stopped too. That was until last October. Mags was one of the most grounded and well-researched people I knew from that time. She was a moderator on various boards. She was the kind of person who just loved to ask questions and spark a conversation, even if it pissed people off. She could toss a question into a group of people like a hand grenade and just watch as the sparks flew. She was mean, but never too mean, and it was always done with a sparkle in her eye. So when she messaged me 4 months after we stopped talking, I knew something was up. Her message didn't help either. "Help me," it said. A text message to my private phone. I didn't even know she had my number. At first it didn't bother me. I felt a bit bad, but I tried putting it behind me. Mags was one of the few people I genuinely liked from those days, and we'd spent more than one night online just talking about everything and nothing. To her, every rabbit hole was just a new way to look at old questions, and that was all she was looking for. New paths for her mind to wander. Still, I tried not to think about her. I was moving on. Then there was that time where a friend of mine cancelled our plans. I'd set aside my entire night to go see a movie, but suddenly I was wide open. Pissed, I got back online and looked for something to watch. Some YouTube videos, anything. Mag's last message came creeping back into my mind, and I found myself opening a few tabs. I knew for a fact that the last thing she'd been into was static chasing, but what was static chasing? Who were the static chasers? What did it all mean? If you don't know, you're in for a ride. Jesus Christ, these people are something else. When there's no broadcast, or when there's a loss of signal, an older TV defaults to showing a static murmur of black and white dots. Background radiation. A lot of modern TVs instead default to a black or blue screen, but some still show it. Today, kids are growing up without having to ever see it. I never really thought about static going away. Back in the days before digital TV, static was just part of watching TV. My brothers and I called it the War of Ants, where we tried seeing whether the black or white dots were the most numerous. But nowadays, static is different. It doesn't show as much. So there are these people called static chasers who pride themselves in finding traces of static in pretty much anything analog. They post pictures of their finds, they share fun anecdotes, and they seem to genuinely enjoy the sound. There's something about the burst of static that just can't be explained to someone who's never heard it. Try to remember. When did you hear it last? So I found a few sites dedicated to static chasing. Back down the rabbit hole. Facebook groups, YouTubers, sketchy Patreon unlocks, the whole shebang. It was like a phantom limb growing back into my brain. I knew these roads. I'd travelled there before. It wasn't until I found the Static Chaser subreddit that I started getting worried. Not because of the amount posted or what they posted, no, the opposite. It was basically abandoned. 46,000 members, 2 people browsing the subreddit. All mods were removed. No stickies, locked posts. The place was abandoned. Still, the last post was just a couple of weeks old, and before that, there were dozens of posts and even more comments every single day. Something had happened there. I tried looking for Mags's username, but I couldn't find it. She had dozens of backups, but there was nothing. I just started browsing a few topics leading up to the abandonment of the community, and it was just spooky. I tried staying in front of it, like you said, one commenter had posted. It really does change, but you gotta be there for hours. Is this safe? That was their final post. No responses. Other posts hinted that there was a new trend among the static chasers. They were tuning their old TVs to frequencies with heavy static and just sitting in front of them. Some people posted Instagram pics of having a coffee and biscuits in front of a static screen. Others posted their cats sleeping on top of their thick screens. This was a community with thousands of people who all just shared an interest. Some did it for fun, but others seemed to have a genuine interest. But going back just a little, I noticed a small trend. People posting their blots. Blots are what happens when the static lines up into a big black spot in the middle of the screen. This is extremely rare. This was a subgroup within the static chaser community, people looking for rare patterns. Some tried to find deeper meaning in it, while others just liked discussing where the patterns came from. The patterns themselves usually just manifested in the blink of an eye, but high-speed cameras could catch them. There, among people talking about their blots, was a username I'd recognize anywhere. Mags. I don't get it, she posted. Static is just supposed to be background radiation, so why does it have a fucking head? She had posted a lot about finding blots and patterns. She'd posted pictures, videos, sound files, links to collective folders, all kinds of stuff. And I gotta say, some of the stuff she posted was downright creepy. The outline of a 6-fingered hand pressing against the screen, a perfectly white circle. One image just straight up looked like an eye, but the final one was probably the creepiest. The screen was entirely white, with the outline of a humanoid figure. No static. It stayed like this for 15 seconds, she'd posted. I sent her a few messages. Mags was the kind of person to get roped into all kinds of weirdness. While this was one of the weirdest things she's been into, it still wasn't as bad as some of the anti-vaccination stuff she looked at, or the "our government is run by reptiles" thing. Then again, all of that was just curiosity. Here she was writing guides and posting pictures. She dug up an old TV just to try it out. This had gotten to her. What had she seen? A week passed, and I didn't get any answers. She wasn't online. She wasn't anywhere. By now, I was getting worried. I tried to call her on the number she'd texted, but I got nothing. I tried looking her up, but she had pretty much nothing of her private life linked anywhere. She was terrified of getting doxxed. But I was also curious. There had to be a reason she was so into this, and her guides were pretty straightforward. Something in me pushed me to at least give it a shot. So I dug my mum's old CRT TV out of storage, cleaned it up, and plugged it in. I had Mags's guide on my laptop. There were ways to do this with other devices than a TV, but an old TV was the simplest. You needed a powerful magnet. You had to know where the flyback transformer was located, and you had to face a screen east or west, depending on if the transformer was to the left or right of the heatsink. After that, you had to set a specific channel based on your nearest physical TV station, an OTA broadcast station. There was a list of them attached in a folder. In my area, rural Minnesota, the channel was to be set at 0506. Finally, the magnet was to be put directly beneath the flyback transformer, but dampened by about half an inch of hardwood. I followed the instructions, but the payoff was underwhelming to say the least. Just a blast of static, white and black dots fighting for supremacy, a monotone burst of sound. But then again, the final part of the guide was to simply wait. It could take hours. I left it all on and went on with my day. I left the house for a short while to get some groceries, but apart from that, I was just in the other room, reading up on what to expect. Apparently, after being tuned to the channel for a few hours, the static would start rearranging into recognizable patterns. Just strange things picked out of the air. Silhouettes, patterns, sounds, something. After a few hours, I sat down in front of the TV and just waited. It was getting dark, and the October rain was relentless. Trees were moving outside my window, and I was feeling a bit vulnerable. I huddled up in a blanket on my couch, imagining what had caused Mags to send me that message. Where had all the static chasers gone? What was I really expecting? Some kind of message? An answer? I dozed off a few times. It was boring, and I didn't really see anything. It was a bit like cloud watching. You just started imagining things after a while. Still, Mags wasn't the kind of person who would get freaked out by cloud watching. Something must have spooked her. As it was getting close to midnight, I gave up. I got down from the couch, leaned over, and reached for the TV. Then, I saw something. It wasn't big, just a small black dot, but it was unmoving. While the static of white and black roared, there was this small black spot that just stuck there. As I leaned closer, I could sort of make out a shape. Kind of. And there was this sound in the static, like a high-pitched noise laid on top of it. The spot grew larger, and I started to see it clearer. It was humanoid. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, completely ink black. It was moving against the static, growing larger as it came towards me. The high-pitched noise grew clearer. Finally, as the figure was as large as my hand, I heard it. It was talking, barely breaking through the roaring static. Hello? I freaked out. My first reaction was to just run, but I suppressed it. Instead, I turned the TV off. The second I touched the knob, something surged through me. It might have been a spark or a sudden spike of electricity, but whatever it was, it left me numb. My eyes went black, and as I was laying on my back, I started panting. I couldn't see. No matter how much I blinked or adjusted my eyes, it was all just black. I rubbed them, slapped myself, tried to control my breathing, but there was nothing. Slowly, I started to realize something. This wasn't my floor. I ran my hands across the ground and it was just nothing. I felt nothing, I saw nothing. I wasn't warm or cold or hurt. I could feel my body moving, but it wasn't really a feeling or emotion. I remember forcing myself to have a conscious thought, just to know I was still alive, but that was all I could do. I was a brain, floating in nothingness, imagining myself having a body. I felt sick, or I thought I felt sick. Maybe it was the memory of sickness, or a creeping panic. In the distance, there was a light. I felt drawn towards it. Slowly but surely, I could feel myself moving towards it as I imagined my legs carrying me. Still, I felt nothing. I was sending the signals, but there were no limbs there to respond. My body just wasn't there. Then, as I got closer to the light, I felt parts of me returning. I could look down and see my hands. They weren't whole, as they blink in and out of existence in bursts of static, like a texture printed on my skin. They were translucent, and so thin I could pass one hand through the other with just a little force. I wasn't completely physical, but the closer I got to the light, the more whole I became. The light, floating like a sun in a starless universe, was a sphere. A big white and black sphere, exploding with static patterns. Black and white, dancing across the surface. There was a noise coming from it, growing louder in my head. It was static, but not just a noise. I could hear through it. I could decipher it. A million voices. Old arguments, whispers, promises, cries. People. There were people there, inside the sphere, and it was all just noise. Pointless, mortal noise. Remnants of conscious thought. I got closer. It dawned on me that the sphere was actually white, with black spots appearing and reappearing. But it wasn't just spots. As I got closer and closer, I realized they were silhouettes. Every single spot, a person, all stuck within the static. Millions, maybe billions. turned around. From the glow of the sphere, I looked out into the darkness. It wasn't a void. It was a mass of creatures, so vast it covered my entire field of view. A universe of ravenous things. Some humanoid, some not. Some spoke, some screamed, some cried, but they were all there, and they were coming for me. A universe of the unspeakable. My eyes burned with static. My ears filled with screams of unimaginable despair, terror, hopelessness, inevitability, mortality. Something reached for me. Hands tore at me from all sides, some to drag me into the sphere, others to tear me apart and devour me. Nothingness at one side, eternity at the other. I tried to scream, but my lungs weren't there. Instead, all that escaped my mouth was more static. Words spoken by those long since past. Screams within screams within screams. I was joining the choir, forever. In a sudden burst of light, there was a loud bang. I fell backwards as the transformer exploded. There was a power outage, and I was back in front of my TV. A millisecond had passed at most. I laid there on the floor, crying, screaming. That place was real. I'd been there. My fingers were numb, and my entire body was still trying to find itself. I screamed and screamed and screamed, but all I heard was static. My neighbours called the police. I have no memory of being taken to the hospital. I barely remember my brothers coming to see me the next day, and I didn't even protest when the doctor labelled it all a mental lapse. They thought it was some sort of epileptic seizure. It took me days to even speak again. By that point, I was at my younger brother's place, curled up in a blanket on his couch. I forced myself to have a conscious thought, to feel that I was alive. I had to. Is this what happened to Mags, I thought? What about the others? Memories of that space forced itself into my mind, and I just started screaming again as my mind went back into blank, anxious panic. It's been a couple of months. I've tried writing this down piece by piece, but it takes time. I get this awful anxiety, like I'm going back into the void, like I'm bound to go there, to join the others, to lose all conscious thought and just turn into emotion and noise. I get these awful panic attacks and I cry myself to sleep. I sometimes just break apart, begging whatever gods may be not to bring me back. I once got an attack so bad, I pissed myself in a Walmart. I'm on sick leave and I'm seeing Dr. Jane, a therapist, but she just focuses on the wrong things. I don't know. She's an odd one. I found the static chasers. Well, at least the stories about them. Mags died from electrocution. She and about 24 others. In Singapore, 4 people died all at once at a viewing party. 2 Germans died from electrocution while sitting next to a battery-powered radio. I think the only thing that pulled me back was the shitty wiring on that TV and my apartment. That power outage saved my life. Without it, I'd be gone. I'd have been pulled in, along with the rest, stuck in that sphere or pulled apart, forever static, forever. Actual eternity. Still, something of mine is still there. I feel it, and whenever I hear static, I can still sort of decipher it. I can see the black spots in the patterns as remnants of people waiting for me to return. I can feel their pull. I'm sorry I couldn't help you, Mags. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. For the love of God, for the love of everything good and warm, please, please. I can't go back. I can't live with this. A few weeks ago, I was at my sister's wedding. She got married in a ski lodge near the Gulf of Alaska, southeast of Anchorage. It was a pretty small community around a lake called Perch Pond. I doubt anyone has ever heard of it. I'd highly recommend it as a wedding spot if you ever wanted a surefire way to greatly inconvenience over 50 people. Still, I can't complain about the lodge itself, or the nearby area. I got my own log cabin and it was freshly stocked with firewood. Hell, even the beds were made with fresh sheets. After a long day of drinking, dancing, ceremony and camera flashes,
I found myself sitting outside my cabin with a cigarette in hand. Down by the lake, I could still hear some of the other guests dancing like idiots to 90s pop songs. Two of my cousins kept dancing in a circle out on a rickety old jetty. Still, it made me smile. If I ever get married, I'd want that too. People dancing and singing long into the night. Not me, though. I don't like to dance. I must have nodded off, as the music had stopped when I woke up. It was still dark out. I was stiff and cold, so I went inside to light a fire in the stove. Sure, setting fire to anything when you're inebriated is a bad idea, but they'd prepared it and made it easy for me. I got the sense that this area was no stranger to drunken city folk. As the firewood in the stove lit up, I noticed a strange puddle by the window. Melted snow? No. Blood. I didn't get a chance to think about it before a wet hand covered my eyes. Not my mouth, just my eyes. "Quiet, little wheat," a bright voice whispered. "I want to talk." It was hard to tell who this person was. It was a bright and feminine voice, but there was a depth to it, a dryness. I was so shocked that I didn't know what to do, like a deer in the headlights. The wet hand terrified me, but there was also a pressure on my neck. She might be able to kill me with the twist of an arm. I could feel something wet and muscular against my throat. My body was shocked into submission. "I saw you," she said. "I saw you looking." I didn't know what to say, so I just held my breath. Her voice pierced my head, cutting through the sound of my panicking heartbeat. "Why didn't you join them?" she asked. I don't like dancing," I whispered back. "No," she complained. "You must. Sing, dance, drink, and make merry. You're alive. You must." Okay. You don't understand." There was a scuffling noise, like something large unfurling and spilling onto the floor. The grasp on my neck grew stronger, and I was getting a strange pounding in my throat. I was just an inch of pressure away from struggling for air. "So many wish for your place. So many wish to dance and drink. You're wasting your opportunity. I'm sorry. So many mothers praying to hold their daughters one more time. So many fathers want to tell their sons of their care. So many lonely hearts longing to dance and love. Don't you see? See what?" The voice crept closer. The mouth speaking sounded dry, like leather. "Nothing comes back. No matter how much you pray, no matter how much you love. Nothing, once gone, comes back." Something large swung around my stomach and underneath my legs like a long, boneless arm. I couldn't see anything past the wet hand covering my eyes. I forcefully sat down on the hardwood floor, and I could hear the intruder moving all around me. I heard plates rattle on the stove, and at the same time, there was wet skin rubbing against the glass window in the back of the room. It was at least 10 feet of space between those two spots, so either there were several intruders, or she was massive. "You don't know when your time comes, or understand what happens once you cross over," she continued. "But you can't come back. You can't dance, drink, and make merry. Use your time well. It's a gift rarely given." I'm happy," I said. "Please, just don't hurt me." "Hurt you?" She seemed surprised. "Little wheat, I'm asking you to count your blessings." The slithering noise grew stronger, skin against the hardwood floor, dragging itself along. I could feel the arms and the weight around me shift, but the wet hand was still covering my face. "You're a seed, planted in the dark soil of the earth's blood. You're growing, your stalk waving in the ethereal wind of the beyond. But make no mistake. Make no mistake." She inhaled for 8 seconds straight. There was a slight wheezing sound, like something was blocking her lungs. There weren't multiple intruders, just this one, an enormous one. I had trouble wrapping my mind around it. I could barely hear my own shallow breaths. The body will be threshed, and the grain of the soul will be harvested. Yours and all others. Your beings, your memories, your loves, to be consumed and repurposed. Everything you've known, an infinitesimal kernel to be forgotten. What? What are you saying? I'm saying to enjoy the sun and the summer of rains, little wheat. To enjoy the warmth, for what comes after is not for you. Are you going to kill me? The question caught her off guard. The limb that slithered around my stomach tightened. Do you imagine me unfair, little wheat? You're talking about death, about killing. You're threatening me. I'm singing a song to a houseplant, telling a story to an attentive cat. Little wheat, I'm just a farmer's hand passing through your golden field. You're not ripe yet, but I cherish you nonetheless. The voice crept closer. I could feel the warmth of their words against my cheek. I love you, little wheat. A light kiss on the side of my mouth, edges of cold lips being big enough to cover my face. So careful. Then let me go. Yes, of course, she whispered. You must ripen. Are you going away? Until the harvest. Please, what does it mean? I don't understand. You're exactly what you were born to be, little wheat. I will care for you. I don't understand. As I raised my voice, the limbs tightened across my neck and chest, and all of a sudden, the hand in front of my eyes disappeared, and the world exploded with colours. I could barely see. My eyes were blurry and red from being held shut. I was held at least 2 feet off the ground, hanging in midair. My legs flailed helplessly. I didn't see any details, but I saw enough. A pile of red, black, and gore, with pieces of white bones sticking out like charred butterfly wings. Numerous skulls emerged. I could see the silhouette of their empty eye sockets like holes of a honeycomb. Organs and chunks of dozens of people melted into a being not of this world. Dozens of pairs of lips sewn into a grotesque grin, mismatched and horrifying. I couldn't stop gasping, as if my body couldn't contain enough air for the scream this terror demanded. I'll come for you, she smiled, little wheat. I was thrown out of the cabin, shoulder first. I burst through the front door, my body exploding with pain. I broke my arm and sprained my neck. The door was knocked off its hinges. I rolled around in the snow and barely had the time to realize what was even up or down before I caught a glimpse of the creature, still inside the cabin. Dozens of blurry skulls met my gaze as the cabin burst into flames. The other guests came to my rescue. For the first hour, I couldn't do anything but scream. Later, I rambled about what's happened, but they all thought it was just me having some sort of drunken mental breakdown. They thought I'd fallen asleep while making a fire by the stove. No one listened to my words. No one tried to understand me. In fact, they were so distracted by me that no one would know that the jetty down by Perch Pond had collapsed, and that 2 people were drowning in the freezing water. No one would know until the next day. My 2 cousins, a brother and sister, 7 and 8 years younger than me. That entire weekend ruined my life. Every time I try to enjoy something, I'm second-guessing myself. Am I doing it because I genuinely want to, or because I feel obliged to distract myself with happiness? I have trouble losing myself at the moment. Alcohol helps. I don't know what I met that night, or what it really wanted. I feel like it gave me a gift of some sort, but I can't say what. I don't know where I would be if that night hadn't happened. Maybe it, in some strange way, saved my life. Maybe I really would have set that cabin on fire and fallen asleep if I'd stayed in there. After all, I wasn't ripe yet. It said so. The only thing I have to show that this creature was ever there is the blood. Across my face and stomach, where it held me, I was covered in blood. That's what made the hand that covered my eyes so wet. The doctor thought it was mine from the broken arm, but they never tested it despite my demands. I know it was real. Those words, those thoughts, aren't mine. I don't know how to get past the encounter at Perch Pond. How can I dance, drink, and make merry? I'm just a little wheat, In my hometown of Aurora Falls, there's a yearly event where the fish migrate downstream at the beginning of May. There's a large river running straight through the city centre, allowing bystanders to watch the migration from the comfort of a hot dog stand near the riverbank. The migration is a sign that summer is right around the corner, and a lot of townsfolk stop to watch it. A few vendors tend to stop by, and if you're lucky, there might even be a few games and attractions. It isn't much, but it's one of those things you'll start to miss once you move away. I know I did. When I moved out to study at the University of Minnesota, I started thinking a lot about those old traditions back in my hometown. It was the kind of event that made you feel like you were a part of something, like an in-joke. It was just something that everyone knew the importance of. The yearly migration, or Migration Day, was just one of those things that outsiders don't get. The year I got engaged, Alan and I decided to travel back to Aurora. I wanted him to see the migration and experience the kind of small town love I'd grown up with. Not that I remember much of those days. He was a bit skeptical at first, like with most things, but the promise of food stands can go a long way. And as a bonus, he loves me. That goes a long way. We arrived on a Saturday morning, having no family left in town. There was nowhere for us to stay except at the one motel in town. After a short walk downtown, Alan and I met the town chaplain. I didn't know him very well, but he was excited to see me. Just seeing a familiar face, like a bird returning to the nest, could get a smile out of most townspeople. I could barely walk down the street without having people stop to ask if it was really me. "I'm so glad to see you," the chaplain said, "following the world downstream right by us, just like the river. What a beautiful tapestry our Lord weaves." I found him charming, but Alan thought it sounded a bit too English majory. You know what I mean. We spent the afternoon with a few drinks, hot dogs, a walk through the nearby hiking trail, and watching the fishermen down at the docks. There was an expectation in the air. Everyone seemed to have plans for the night. Some of the local kids were putting up lanterns along the river. 16 feet across, the kids called out to one another back and forth. They'd probably been promised fireworks. As the evening started to creep up on us, Alan was getting excited. There was just that sense of anticipation in the air. Seeing the shadows pass by the lanterns and seeing the fish jump up and down, there was something natural to it. A reminder that we lived in a fragile system, and that no matter what happened out in the world, there was something tying us all to that one river, in that one little town. As night came around, Alan held me tight. As we watched the oil lanterns light up, there were at least 100 people huddled around both sides of the river. There seemed to be some sort of disagreement with the hardware store owner, Hamed, who had brought powerful spotlights and set them up along the bridge. Some said it just wasn't customary. Others, standing upstream, just didn't like to be blinded. Hamed, on the other hand, didn't care either way. He was there to make a show. As the clock crept up at 9 p.m, we spotted the first shadows. Fish, as big as my arm, slowly made their way down the river. First one, then 8, and soon there were dozens, all hurrying down the river, one splash at a time. On one side of the river, they'd set up a hot dog stand. Some teenagers were drinking and causing a ruckus, but the local sheriff couldn't be bothered to even talk to them, not even after the fireworks started going off. It was all the drama of a small town, all wrapped into one imperfect evening. Alan didn't seem to mind. In fact, he was smiling a bit more than usual. As more and more people were calling it a night, Alan and I stayed by the river. The teenagers rolled off to an after-party. Hamed left his spotlights on and went home to his wife. The hot dog stand closed and the oil lights started going out one by one. Alan and I cuddled up, still watching the fish pass us by. There must have been hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Soon, we were the only ones left. As we decided to head back to the motel, we walked over the bridge. As we passed the spotlights, Alan stumbled on a cord, knocking one of the spotlights into the river. By now, the oil lanterns had gone out. I tried to hurry Alan along, but he insisted on pulling the spotlight back up. Then, he fell off the bridge. One big splash, and he was under the surface. The following minutes were a blur of screams. I could hear him splashing in the water down below, but I couldn't see him anymore. The spotlight that had fallen off the bridge had gone out, and the other lights were angled incorrectly. My screams for help attracted a few locals, but no one could see or hear him. I barely even remember what I did. It all felt so surreal, like it hadn't really happened. One moment he was there, the next moment he was gone. I panicked. Long into the night, all I could do was scream his name. But the strangest thing was the reaction of the other townsfolk. The consensus was that I was overreacting. It was as if they didn't even know who I was talking about. Still, they indulged me and tried their best to check the river. There was nothing. I was taken back to the police station and slept in their waiting room, wrapped in a fire blanket. 2 officers stayed with me all night, making sure I was okay. They didn't seem all too worried about Alan. It was more of a reaction to me and my emotional state. Of course I was upset and frustrated that they weren't taking me seriously. In the morning, there was no news of Alan. I got the impression that they'd barely even searched for him. I was so pissed off that I threw the coffee they handed me straight into the wall, screaming in their faces. "Just tell me something," I demanded, as the second officer started picking up pieces of my mug. "Just say what you've tried, where you've looked." "Ma'am, please," said the young officer. "We have several eyewitnesses stating that you came here by yourself." Of course, it was nonsense. I'd been with Alan for years, and there'd been plenty of evidence of the two of us not only being there, but there were plenty of witnesses who'd seen us throughout the day. I just started naming places, people, and what we'd done. It shut them all up for a while. Didn't take them long to start asking questions. One lead after another. It all just turned up nothing. Alan's car was strangely registered to me. They said I'd checked in alone at the motel, and all my things had been moved to a smaller room. The vendor at the hot dog stand swore he'd seen me there, alone. But that's when it hit me. I had paid for the drinks at lunch, so I had a receipt. I always saved my receipts. I shook out every receipt in my purse and went through them all one by one. And when I finally found the receipts from the previous day, I felt my heart skip a beat. There it was, black on white. All of Alan's drinks were gone from the receipt. Impossible. Over the following hours, it became clear that something was wrong. Alan was gone, and no one was helping me look for him. It was as if he just disappeared. Hamed, from the hardware store, didn't even think about one of his spotlights falling into the river. It was as if nothing had ever happened. 2 days passed in Aurora Falls. I tried calling Alan's parents. Their number had been removed from my phone, and they didn't seem to recognize my voice. All our photos were gone from my social media accounts. I called our friends, I called our landlord, I called his work. No one, at any point, had anything to say about him. In fact, some of them didn't even know who I was anymore. It came to a point where I was just standing there, blindly screaming at Alan's former roommate over the phone, demanding they tell me something about him. Anything. Anything at all. They hung up. As night came around, I found myself walking along the river to clear my head. The gentle rushing of water cleared my head and gave me another chance to reflect on what was really going on. My panic had subsided to a sort of surrendered desperation. I was frustrated beyond anything I'd ever experienced, but at the heart of it was a restlessness. If Alan had washed up on the shore somewhere or gotten stuck or hurt, someone had to find him at some point. Still, the river reached all the way down to the next town over, Tomskog, and there was no way for me to check all of it on my own. After an eternity of walking, I just sat down by the river and cried into my phone. I had water up to my knees, but I didn't care. Coverage was long gone, but that little light in all that dark was a surprising amount of comfort. My background picture of me and Alan was gone. Some kind of factory reset. My sobs were interrupted as I felt something brush against my leg. The migration was still going strong, it seemed. It was pitch black out, so I turned my phone towards the river. There was no fish. It was bodies. They were floating downstream like a solid mass. Dozens, maybe hundreds. All with their faces turned down, shoulder to shoulder, not a muscle moving. Some naked, some fully clothed, some with broken accessories clinging to their carcass. An old woman with reading glasses hanging at the edge of her nose. A young man still clutching a backpack to his chest. Eyes wide open, faces turned down into the water. Almost surprised, as if they never anticipated losing their lives. Then it hit me. The fish weren't migrating. They were fleeing. They were fleeing whatever the fuck this was. I got to my feet. My leg had brushed against the arm of a young boy wearing swim trunks. He was one of the floaters in the front row. Floaters. Sounds so fucking macabre. I just stared. It felt like my mind was going blind. Like I wanted to burn this image out of my head. Yet, I couldn't. Their eyes were perfect. Diamonds just beneath the surface. All of them are full of forgotten life. Then, a thought struck me. A terrible, gut-wrenching thought. Alan. I followed the rows of floating people, muttering his name over and over. Maybe he was in the back. Maybe he was the last one. Maybe he wasn't even part of this. As I saw the bodies bump into one another, I noticed how eerily quiet it was. No birds, no splashing in the river, just me, my runaway breathing, and a hammering pulse that was forcing tears into my eyes. I couldn't find him. I looked 5 times over, following the stream of bodies, but there was nothing. He wasn't there. Still, I felt no relief. As I picked up my cell phone to film it all, the screen started burning with static. Black and white spots, physically burning into the display of the phone. I was so surprised I dropped it. Just as well. It had grown so hot, it was smoking in a matter of seconds. Then, on the riverbank, it combusted. A tiny metallic scream. Another death. Then, a noise. I couldn't tell what it was. I barely even knew where I was. I just blindly followed the river upstream. The tree line was close enough for bushes to block my path, but not so close that I couldn't get around them. Vegetation was sparse enough for me to see a close to 11 feet tall figure standing downstream, watching the bodies pass by. The figure was dark, not just because of the hour of day, but in essence and colour. It was darker than night, like an ink blot on grey paper. Like a shepherd watching his sheep, it lingered along the river. As I looked at it, it bent down to push one body who got stuck, almost lovingly. Right next to this ungodly being was an ordinary person, a stranger. Once the two noticed me, the uneven pair locked their eyes on me. The large being didn't seem to mind, but the person next to it kept staring at me. From afar, they called out to me, like a frat boy yelling at an acquaintance from across the parking lot. "Are you looking for someone?" A man's voice, one I'd never heard before. I just nodded as the man walked up to me. The tall figure didn't move. Instead, it just kept ferrying the bodies along. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked. As he got closer, I got a better look at him. Large, broken glasses, barely hanging on by a frame. He was staring at me with large, empty eyes. Part terrified deer, part ravenous wolf. He had a shattered arm, as if he'd been hit by a car. He was pale and death, soaked in water. Another victim or a victim to be. His feet squished as he adjusted himself. He only had a single shoe. My fiancé, Alan." "All right," nodded the stranger, his head wobbling back and forth. Maybe his neck muscles were failing him. "What does he look like?" I swallowed hard and threw a glance at the large being in the back. It paid us no mind. I could see the end of the trail of bodies further upstream. Alan wasn't there. "Doesn't matter," I stuttered. "He's not here. Just let me go. I'll leave." "Oh, you can go. Alan too," said the strange man, a squirt of water escaping his open mouth. "Just humour me. What does he look like?" Then it hit me. I had no idea. This is where I have to admit something. At the time of writing, I know little to nothing about Alan. Alan isn't even his real name. I can't tell who he was, what he looked like. I have no idea where we met, and I can't remember the names of the people I called to find him. And standing there, in front of a drowning victim, I choked on my words. Talking about Alan had been the easiest thing in the world, but it felt like someone had thrown a blanket over my mind. "How do you even know you've lost someone?" he asked. "How can you miss what you can't remember you ever had?" "That's not it," I huffed. "He was here. We were together. We watched the migration." "Who?" I shook my head. "Who what? Who was here?" And that was the first time I couldn't remember his name. I hadn't even noticed how my engagement ring was gone. There wasn't even a mark left behind. I sank to my knees. I knew there was something there in my heart, missing. I felt it. My body remembered something that I didn't. Yet, I couldn't think of a name or a face. I didn't know where we'd first met. I remember meeting someone at some place, but that was it. "Please," I cried. There has to be..." "Something?" asked the man. "Something to make it all fair?" No, little wheat, there isn't. Just walk away." "What is this? What's going on?" "A harvest in spring," nodded the man. "Same routine as last year." "Who are you?" I asked. "I think you know," he answered. But I didn't. I blinked, and suddenly the giant figure towered above us. With the flick of an overgrown finger, a large spike pierced the neck of the drowning victim. In an effortless move, he was thrown into the river, sinking into the back of the line, face first. The broken glasses fell off and sank to the bottom of the river, but his one shoe stayed put. The figure looked down on me. I've never felt so small. I forgot to breathe. I've never felt a presence like that. It was beyond fear. I was questioning my very place here, my world, my life. It felt like the namesake I'd been given, like little wheat. The figure reached out with a large finger, or a claw. Something sharp gently touched my forehead. It wasn't even fast, but I didn't know how to act. I just held my breath, hoping against hope to pass out before I got to experience the pain I knew was coming. I didn't want to float downstream with the others. I was even having a hard time caring about Alan. Then again, what Alan? "Hello," the creature said. My world turned upside down as I fell into a dreamless sleep. The next day, I was found by a couple walking their Rottweilers. I was brought to their home and given plenty of fluids and aspirin. They wrapped me in blankets, cared for me, and called the police. Of course, nothing would come of it. I'd been established as an unstable individual, screaming about make-believe and imaginary people. There was no way I could tell them about the previous night without sounding like a maniac. Instead, I had a quick checkup and then I returned to the motel. I packed my bags, got the keys to my car, and prepared to go back home. I would never come back to Aurora Falls again. Even though, as of writing this, I don't think I'm even angry about it anymore, though I know that I should be. I think a lot of people have lost a lot of love in Aurora Falls. I think once you have, you move out. But that makes me wonder, what made me leave my hometown all those years ago? It couldn't just have been my studies. I had family there. Or did I? Was I an orphan? How can I know? For sure. I'm writing this all down as I found my bag from that weekend stuffed away in the attic, and I want to put this all to paper before I forget what is left of it. There was this one thing I found at the bottom of the bag that kicked all of this back into my head. Remember the drowned man with the large glasses and only one shoe? The one who ended up as the floating body on the far end? At the bottom of my duffel bag, just beneath my favourite pair of jeans, I found his other shoe. Austin Harroof was born on December 21st, 1996, to a dentist and a pharmacist. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents suddenly got divorced, and in the same year, they got into a new relationship with a new girlfriend and boyfriend. Although this was a complete shock to Austin and his 1 year younger sister Haley, they adjusted to this sudden change. The kids stayed with their mother in the same house, with the father moving out into a nearby house with his new girlfriend. About a year after this event, Austin entered high school and he immediately made a mark. He was excelling in education, and because of his big athletic build, he was engaged in rough physical sports. Despite his size and willingness for rough sports, Austin was never an aggressive guy, and he enjoyed helping people. After high school, he was accepted into the Florida State University 4-year pre-med program, just as he wanted, and at the end of that summer, packed all of his stuff and moved into the university dorm to live the life he had dreamed of. His university life started on a high note, with him getting a girlfriend, and excelling in his studies as always, and getting into bodybuilding. He managed to establish a decent social media following, as he made content regarding fitness and bodybuilding on it. Despite working well, he was constantly angry at himself for not making friends. He thought he was very shy and people didn't like him. This pushed him into drug abuse, and he abused them so much that he started questioning his sanity. The next summer, Austin returned home for his vacation, and the family immediately noticed that something was wrong with his behaviour. He shifted his bed to the hall, saying that his bedroom was filled with demons. He also marched around the house at night, knocking on the doors loudly, saying that he was protecting them from demons. His family strongly believed that these behavioural changes were because of his drug abuse, and with their best efforts, prevented him from using them again. It appeared as if all their efforts were useless, as Austin's behaviour never changed. So they decided to use something called the Baker Act, whose guidelines are as follows. Reason to commit someone Baker Act. Based on the instability of a person's mental illness, Baker Act is based on a person's instability in their mental illness. They would qualify if they become a danger to themselves or others. Involuntary hold time. A person who is Baker Acted will be involuntarily held in a psychiatric unit for 72 hours. What happens after? Any treatment that is sought after the 72 hours is voluntary. They cannot be forced into a long-term program. However, before they could use it, something tragic happened. On the morning of August 15th, Austin turned up in front of his best friend's house. When he opened the door with excitement, Austin asked him what was the year of his birth. When he said 1996, he walked away. Austin's friend was confused by this and called him in a couple of minutes to check if he was okay. Austin was completely fine while he spoke to him on call, and the duo decided to meet Austin's sister and all of their other friends. The place decided as their meetup spot was a nearby beach. While they were almost at the beach, Austin told them that he had some work at the house, promised to turn back soon, and left them. In a few minutes, Austin turned back just as promised, but in a strange outfit. Under the scorching heat of the sun, Austin was wearing a thick jersey with woolen sweatpants. He was also wearing 2 wristwatches with a pair of sunglasses. His friends immediately started ridiculing him for the strange outfit, and within a few moments, he warned them to kill them on a serious note. His friends grew frightened and stopped ridiculing him at once. The incident greatly cut short the time he spent with his friends, and Austin, his friend and his sister, decided to leave the beach and join Austin's father and his girlfriend for a meal in a nearby restaurant. On their way to the restaurant, Austin told his sister that he was an immortal, half-human, half-horse. To prove his immortality, he started intentionally walking into the road to get hit by a car. His sister pulled him back on the pavement and walked between him and the road until they reached the restaurant. Once at the restaurant, the trio met Austin's father and his girlfriend, and the group occupied a table at the farthest end of the restaurant. Austin told them that he had the urge to use the washroom and left the table. After returning in a few moments, he left them again, but this time he walked directly out of the restaurant, only to return 30 minutes later in completely different clothing with oil stains all over. During those 30 minutes, he was back at his house drinking vegetable oil and eating Parmesan cheese. His mother ordered him to stop, and thus he changed his clothes and returned to the restaurant. His father was visibly angry because of his behaviour and said something rude to him. Austin lost his cool hearing this and pinned his father to the wall. After a few moments, he let go of his father and walked out of the restaurant. His friend closely followed him, but it appeared as if Austin had disappeared in thin air. His father understood that in his current state, Austin was a threat to society and informed the police right away. 4 miles away, a 50-year-old woman was watching TV inside her open garage, waiting for her husband John, who had taken their dogs for a walk, to return. Michelle and John had been married for almost 20 years and were enjoying their retirement. The couple were well liked by their neighbours, who often visited their house. One of Michelle's neighbours, named Jeff, was relaxing in his house when he heard Michelle scream at the top of her voice. He rushed out of his house to see what was wrong, and when he entered the property, he noticed that Austin was braking Michelle's car right in front of her eyes. Once he was done with the car, he threw Michelle on the ground and started pounding her with his fists. Jeff, who was a well-built guy, ran towards Michelle to save her. When he saw Jeff come near him, Austin separated himself from Michelle and warned him not to step closer. When Jeff kept coming despite his warning, he punched him hard on his head. But Jeff did not succumb to it, and he threw Austin as hard as he could on the ground, hoping to knock him out. With Austin down, Jeff was assessing the situation around him when he felt a blinding pain on the side he was punched, and when he looked around, he noticed he was bleeding profusely. Austin had a knife in his hand when he punched him, and that single blow had caused 5 puncture wounds on Jeff. With Austin back up on his feet, Jeff ran into Michelle's house and locked himself up. Then he called 911, told the police about Austin, and waited for them to arrive, hoping that John would return and save his wife. A few minutes later, Jeff heard Austin walk down the street, grunting like an animal, followed by the screams of a person. When the police arrived, they found John pinned down on the floor by Austin. Austin held Jeff's neck with his left hand, while pinning him down by sitting on his chest. His right hand was inside Jeff's mouth, pulling his cheek out as much as he could, and he was feeding on Jeff's stretched cheek. One of the police officers tried tasting Austin, but it didn't seem to affect him at all. Another officer kept kicking Austin's face, but every time he was kicked, Austin got back from the floor and went back to John to eat his cheek, without harming the police. The canine units were set loose to pull him away from John, but despite the dogs tearing flesh from his arms, he never stopped. Finally, after the combined effort of an officer and a dog, Austin was knocked out for a short period. However, it took the strength of 3 police officers to restrain him. By the time Austin was restrained, Michelle and John were already dried, and within a few moments, Austin fell unconscious. He was in a coma for 12 days, and he had drunk some highly poisonous liquid from the couple's garage thinking it was alcohol. There were no traces of drugs in his blood except marijuana, which wasn't much. This meant that Austin was sober when he committed the grotesque crime. When Austin got out of the coma, he revealed the motive behind his deeds. He told police that when he exited the restaurant, he saw a dark figure with a white face staring at him. The figure kept chasing him as he kept running away from it, and he eventually reached Michelle's house. He approached her to seek refuge, but it was then he figured out that Michelle was a witch, so he killed her. When he was about to leave Michelle's house, he saw the same figure waiting on the doorstep with a dog, and he attacked it to save himself.